But he's moving up there now. Once he get up there, he has to hit the volley or learn how to, if it goes deep, cover the line a little bit more, look for a cross court. So he has to pick that up. But at least he's coming forward.
Yeah, there has been a lot of chatter around that. In fact, Nick Kyrgios, when he was doing some commentating, Wimbledon was saying that's very exciting. The fact that here you have a guy who's already at the top of the game, made a Grand Slam final, although that stage I'm not sure if he had made it, may have done so, but talking about how much more upside there is to Taylor Fritz if he can work on that part of his game.
Because last year he was driving me crazy. Every time he would get there, he would move back, but at least now he's not afraid to get in there and try to hit a volley.
He's been working on it forever. I mean, last 7-8 years, if you ask Taylor, what's the part of your game that you've been putting the work in?
Forever?
Maybe slight exaggeration, but that's been a hole for a long time, and some people assume, oh, well, he must not work on it. He must not care to become a better volleyer. That's actually never been it. It's just been hard for him to develop that part of his game, but the work is being put in, and for Taylor, it's actually not the volleys. It's moving forward and transitioning and positioning himself at the net. That's the part he struggles with.
Oh, wow. That's good info.
Yeah, the movement to the forecourt and that transition. If he can work on that, that's going to be even better in terms of his prospects. Looking good for the time being, winning the first set against Machac, who missed a lot of first serves in that first set. Fritz having a chance to finish with that inside in does. Last year, on the way to this fourth round, he didn't lose a single set. He did Fritz. He had beaten Carabelli, Berrettini, and Comesaña. So it's been a little bit different for him this time around. He's been pushed, but still in pretty good conditions, in pretty good shape, you would say, as he hasn't played a long five-setter, for example.
Well, that's good. And actually, you don't, I was just looking at this last point. You don't have to move forward when you hit a big forehand like that. He is just so solid when he just bears down, and you really have to beat him. He's not going to beat himself.
Having said that, he just hits a double fault, but it doesn't hit many. When you compare it to his ace counts, 5 aces in this one, and the 2 double faults for Fritz. Has not been a physical match. 40 minutes on the clock, not many long rallies. And Match probably doesn't want to get into too many long rallies.
No, you definitely don't, but, good first serve there. He plays the points extremely well, and that's what I'm finding out, where these top players, they really do play points a little different. They know the important points, and they know when they need to bear down, and they're really going to do everything they can to make those extra points.
Big applause there as Fritz puts away the overhead, crunches it away. Being on this stage now is nothing new for a Match. When they first faced off, actually, 2020, it was his first Grand Slam main draw. He was ranked 253rd at the time to Fritz's number 30, and went 5 sets, so he pushed him on that day. And a lot was expected, Z, in a match this year when Match took on Novak at the Australian Open, because he beat him last year on the clay, but it may have been one of those where he had high hopes coming in, and he was completely maybe overawed by the fact that Novak came out flying and didn't last very long. Novak winning comfortably. Backhand Match down the line. He's found that shot a few times and does so once more.
Yeah, Machac did a great job. His backhand is very hard to read. He literally hits it off of those shorts, but it's nice and down the line, and he hits it right off the hip.
He's one of the few players who almost would rather attack with his backhand than his forehand, at least on the men's tour. That's very rare. But it was a shocking end to that first set. 3 backhand unforced errors for Machac to give Fritz that break.
And speaking of an end, that game ends there. It's an ace for Taylor, another one down the middle. Z, this has been a lot of fun. These last couple of hours, they've flown by. We've seen some tremendous matches. Gil, you're going to be sticking around, of course, for the night session. And speaking of sticking around, make sure you do stick around, because coming up on deck, it's going to be Russ Thaler and David McPherson. They're going to be looking and focusing on Novak Djokovic, who has that big one against Jan-Lennard Struff. So enjoy all the tennis coming up tonight. Z, again, thank you very much, and stay with us for Novak and all the other action coming up on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Gilgross courtside inside Armstrong, where Taylor Fritz and Tomas Machac continue to do battle on this brilliant order of play. It is Sunday at the U.S. Open. Labor Day weekend doesn't get any better than this. And our coverage on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, of Night 8 begins now.
Welcome to the 2025 U.S. Open. Spectacular awaits.
Sensing the moment, approaches the baseline, answers with a backhand, missing, cross-court. We're going to a third set tiebreak, and the crowd is on their feet inside Ash.
Get ready for the next epic match, destined to leave you breathless.
It's an ace, and the dream has become a reality.
He winds up flat on his back. He's turned over. He's sobbing. And he is the U.S. Open champion.
Are you ready for the next chapter of spectacular?
Oh, no, he didn't. What did he just do?
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Greetings and good evening, and welcome to the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center for Sunday night on Labor Day weekend in the United States at the 2025 U.S. Open. My name is Russ Thaler, joined by David McPherson. Nick McCarville will join us courtside from Arthur Ashe Stadium, and Gil Gross, our eyes and ears, at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where the order of play is still a long way away from being done on this Labor Day Sunday night. Our featured match to begin the night session will feature the four-time U.S. Open champion, Novak Djokovic, taking on Jan-Lennard Struff. It's a battle of 30-somethings, Macha, on Arthur Ashe Stadium in the final 16 of the U.S. Open. Good evening to you. What are you looking forward to most about the matchup we're going to concentrate on tonight on Ashe?
Oh, Russ, it should be a hard-hitting, big baseline affair, some great serving from both players. Jan-Lennard Struff, or Struffy as he's known to us in the locker room, is one of the most likable guys on tour. He's a gentle giant, but he packs a wallop, and I give him a puncher's chance tonight.
35 years old, Jan-Lennard Struff, 38-year-old Novak Djokovic facing off for the 8th time. Novak has won the 7 previous meetings. In fact, he's won all sets but one against Jan-Lennard Struff. They've only played on big stages. They've played in the Davis Cup Finals. They've played in the Olympics. They've played at the U.S. Open here back in 2020. They've played in Cincinnati. They've played in Australia. They've played at Roland Garros, and they played in Doha way back in 2017. So the big stage for these two is kind of no big deal. What was a big deal is the form that we were going to see Novak Djokovic coming into this event. We hadn't seen him since the semifinals at Wimbledon. Had I would say, sort of a bumbling and stumbling start, fits and starts to get going. It looked like he was working on his fitness as a way to get into the event. How do you feel his form is now having seen him 3 times play?
Well, I think this will be the big litmus test. He certainly was well below his best in the early rounds and did not look comfortable on court in any way, shape, or form, but he should be really starting to round into some comfortability and some form. He'll need to be in pretty good nick to beat Struffy, because Struffy brings a lot of artillery to the table. And I would think that Struffy would come in here just with nothing to lose. I'm 0-7 against the great man. I've played on big stages before. Let me just let it all hang out, serve big, go for my shots, and play loose. And that is a dangerous combination when you've got weaponry like he has.
No doubt about that. We're talking about a guy who just 2 years ago was up to number 21 in the world. He comes into this event ranked number 144. Jan-Lennard Struff has gone through all sorts of, I would say, smallish injuries that have kept him out for a few months at a time, and he's always had to sort of restart. He's had a career of restarts, but you know what? He made his way through qualifying, was down a set and a break in the second round of qualifying, and came back to win that. Beats Mackie McDonald, the American, in round 1 and 4. The big one really was taking out Holger Rune, the 11 seed, in 5 sets in the second round, and then following that up by beating Francis Tiafoe in straight sets at the U.S. Open on grandstand that was standing room only. I mean, that is some impressive effort right there from Struff, no? 2
amazing efforts. The 5-setter over Rune, and then the match against Tiafoe had a little bit of a blip. He almost closed it out serving for the match, faltered with a double fault or two, and the whole locker room was thinking, oh no, Struffy's not going to be able to finish this off. But sure enough, he steadied himself and showed a heck of a lot of resolve in winning that match. So those 2 victories are part of why I feel like he just has a little bit of a chance tonight, with Novak's form being just slightly questionable. We're not 100% sure we're seeing Djokovic at his best. We're going to find out.
And you know what? And sometimes with Novak, you can't jump to conclusions by what your eyes can see or how we will describe it. In the first round, he was clutching his chest. It looked like his heart was going to beat out of his chest as if he hadn't done any cardio since Wimbledon. And then in the last round, he calls the trainer out because it looked like he threw his back out. Now, any of us, and both of us will apply here, Mac, I'm not revealing anything, but any of us 38 or older know what it's like sometimes to bend down, the back goes out, and it might take a couple days before you can move around like a normal human being again. Of course, Novak Djokovic is anything but normal. He got worked on. He went off the court. He came back, different person, ran away from Cam Norrie in 4 sets.
Yes, well, Novak's a slightly more advanced athlete than you and I, Russ.
No
so
doubt.
His elasticity and superhuman powers are a little greater than our own. But let's not impugn our own fitness while we're there.
Fair enough. I guess the point is, Novak, even though sometimes he looks like he's struggling, he gets through that pretty quickly. It almost makes him focus harder.
And that has been even from a young player. As a young player, there were many Australian Opens where he looked like he was going to die, and he never dies. It's like Jason Voorhees. You can't kill him. He's amazing. So don't be ever fooled by Novak Djokovic huffing and puffing on the court. He's always got something left in the tank.
I'm telling you something, it certainly has to help that the weather has been probably the best we've seen. Players are about to make their way onto the court. Here come the pre-match interviews, and let's listen in.
What's up, man? You have 12 wins over top 10 players in your life. What is it about your game that can give some of the best players in the world trouble?
Yeah, I can play very offensive, I would say, and I try to make it as hard as possible for these guys.
You're 35 years old, but you're the young guy out here tonight. You've come through qualifying, won 20 sets. How's your body feel?
Body's good, feel fit and ready for the match. I had a lot of matches for sure, but let's go.
All right, good luck.
That was Sam Querrey with Jan-Lennard Struff, and now Novak Djokovic will make his way to the mic.
Novak, you've been playing night matches out here for almost 20 years. What's different about night matches now compared to maybe 10 years ago for you?
I don't know. Maybe the roof. We haven't had that 20 years ago, but, they're as exciting and electric as they can be. So much energy. I mean, the most famous night sessions in the world, and I'm just blessed to be part of another one.
Yep. Good luck.
Thank you.
Please welcome the players for our first match. From Germany, Jan-Lennard Struff. And from Serbia, Novak Djokovic.
Big cheer for Novak Djokovic, who's become quite the fan favorite in recent years here at the U.S. Open. He was a bit of the third wheel, according to the fans, for a long time, but as the other two, Federer and Nadal, have gone away, Novak Djokovic is now the beloved figure here at the Billie Jean King USTA National Tennis Center at these U.S. Opens. Djokovic looking to become the first man to reach the quarterfinal of all 4 majors in 9 seasons, and also the first ever at the age of 38 to pull that off.
Rush, you make an excellent point about him being the third wheel. Imagine how hard that was to be the rival of beloved figures Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal. I think a lot of tennis fans took a little bit of a stance against Novak just because they love Roger and Rafa so much. Nothing that Novak did wrong at all.
No, and famously Novak said when they were chanting for Rafa or they were chanting for Roger, he would hear it as Novak. He would convince himself that the fans were cheering for him when the entire crowd, in fact, was cheering for his opponent. It is time for the coin toss. James Kiotabang is our chair umpire.
Adele, Novak, Adele, Jen, Novak, Jan, Dan, Adele, Jan, Jannik, Jan.
Who wants to call the coin?
1 second. Gentlemen, the same format as your previous matches. Video review. Any preference on the towel box, red or white? No, we go, Jan, red, white. Any questions? No. After the coin toss, could we have a photo with the family, the Levy family? So, Dan, the honors. What do we have?
The column. So you get
we got
trophy or U.S. Open?
U.S. Open. Okay. U.S. Open is called. And we have trophy. Serve? Okay. Can we have a photo facing this way and then that way, please?
Coin toss complete. Warm-up set to begin here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. But the matches on Armstrong have been long and exciting all day long. And Gil Gross is our eyes and ears on Armstrong, where Taylor Fritz and Thomas Machac are going to battle at this time. So let's get an update and say hello to Gil Gross tonight. Good evening, Gil.
Hey guys, it's shaping up to be a great night. As you mentioned, potentially with the schedule, Armstrong could have finished up somewhat early today. That will not be the case as we are midway through the second set of the third match out of 4 here on Louis Armstrong. Taylor Fritz took the opener 6-4, and they're on serve in the second 3-2. Machac had been excellent last year, great last fall especially. He won Acapulco this February, and since then he had been very, very quiet. So he's emerged here at this U.S. Open. Of course, Taylor Fritz has looked good so far. Jerome Kim gave him a good run on this court in terms of level of play a couple of nights ago. But so far, Taylor continues to be sort of the more patient player. And Machac is one of the few players who will actually go toe-to-toe with Fritz, backhand and backhand, and to say, nope, my two-hander can hang. I can live with you here. But it's Machac oftentimes pulling the trigger before Taylor, and Fritz is benefiting from an advantage in consistency and discipline, which is something that I've said throughout Taylor Fritz matches all tournament long.
Do you feel like he's playing the forehand of Machac more than the backhand, Gil?
I think Taylor can go either direction and feel okay, but Machac has definitely had more success forehand to forehand with Taylor, because one thing Machac does well, he doesn't hit the ball huge, but he creates angles, and he just did it on this last point. He breaks the sideline very often as opposed to breaking the baseline. If you can visualize the tennis court and just imagine where the ball is crossing, Machac does a great job of spreading the court and using width.
And they're like body punches to your opponent. That takes your legs out, and over 4 or 5 sets, that's a really valuable commodity.
I feel like we're bearing the lead for anybody who's listening to this and they know Taylor Fritz, but maybe they're not completely familiar with Thomas Machac. Thomas Machac plays with the shortest shorts on tour. Let's just get that out of the way, because that's the elephant in the room.
No, Russ, we've covered it. We've covered it. It can't be said enough. So it's a good reset, but
You'd make a great Australian rules footballer, fellas. We like to wear our shorts pretty tight down there in Melbourne.
And right now they're on serve, Thomas Machac and Taylor Fritz, as warm-ups continue on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Still matches to come after the matches we're covering now, as Gil alluded to. On Arthur Ashe Stadium, the second match of the night, a pair of Wimbledon champs matching up, Elena Rybakina and Marketa Vondrousova. And then on Louis Armstrong Stadium, after Machac and Fritz, it's Aryna Sabalenka, the defending champs, against Cristina Buccia of Spain, who is into the round of 16 here at the U.S. Open. And we've got half of the quarterfinal set now, with Yuri Lehechka and Carlos Alcaraz set to match up in a quarterfinal after their wins earlier today here at the USTA National Tennis Center.
Czech players having a lot of success recently, and that's who the United States face in Davis Cup. when the US Open is complete down in Delray Beach. So that will be a very, very interesting competitive tie.
Yeah, and Czech players being successful on the women's side as well. We'll see Vondrousova later tonight, but earlier today it was Barbora Krejcikova saving 8 match points in a jam-packed Louis Armstrong Stadium to take out perhaps the story of the U.S. Open so far, Taylor Townsend of the United States. Townsend had 8 match points in the second set, and Krejcikova wound up winning it in 3. All right, serves are being taken on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Gil Gross will keep us updated on everything that's happening at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Let's bring in the third member of our team here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. That's Nick McCarville, who is courtside for Novak Djokovic and Jan-Lennard Struff. Good evening, Nick. What's it like inside Ashe tonight?
Yeah, Russ, Machac, good evening. Guys, beautiful conditions here. Man, we've just had the best U.S. Open weather, haven't we? And just watching these guys get their warm-up done. Was watching both of them in practice earlier, Russ, and
All right, we'll get back to Nick as soon as we can.
We lost Nick.
We lost Nick there for a second. That's all right. Novak's sat down now.
He was just about to tell us who was going to win the match,
I think he was.
Gosh,
Nick
spoiler.
had the crystal ball out.
Yep.
And it said unclear.
We don't want to be spoilers.
No.
Let's play this out.
No spoilers here on U.S. Open Radio, and we want to thank everyone listening to us on the U.S. Open app and on usopen.org and on the TuneIn app and also on Sirius XM Radio, whether you're in your car or you're on your laptop. Thanks so much, and also for checking us out live on the YouTube stream on the U.S. Open Tennis channel on YouTube, and also the live stream here on usopen.org. Back inside to Nick McCarville. Continue
sorry,
your
guys.
thought. No
Hello.
problem.
No, I was just going to say, watch both of them in practice earlier. Novak hit with the young American, the up-and-coming American, Nishesh Basavireddy. And Russell Wilson, the great NFL player, was actually courtside for most of Novak's practice, watching him go through his steps, and then they had a nice meet and greet thereafter. But, you know, we'll talk about this matchup as we get settled into it, but Russ, we saw the back get treated for Novak. It didn't look like he had any niggles in practice, though he did say after that previous match that he's taking concerns into every match with his body. That's just how he rolls now at 38. So we will see how he physically feels tonight against the big-hitting Struffy.
Novak Djokovic, first point on serve in the far court in the all-black into the backhand of Jan-Lennard Struff, and the return is into the net. It's 15-love. First point of this round of 16 matchup here on U.S. Open Radio. Russ Thaler, David McPherson, Nick McCarville, courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. 15-love to Novak Djokovic, who was dominant on serve in his previous match against Cam Norrie. First serve out wide, and the first ace of the night for Novak Djokovic as it clips the line, and it's 30-love.
I think the Djokovic serve, and in particular his ball toss, doesn't get talked about enough. He has the most consistent, precise, efficient ball toss you could possibly imagine. It helps him get into a rhythm and stay in a rhythm the whole match.
Big first serve down the tee. Struff returns to the forehand of Djokovic, and Novak pulls one wide. It's 30-15.
He really paints the corners, serves at a good clip. Doesn't serve volley a lot, but has the ability to do so if necessary. He used the serve volley tactic to break up his matches with Medvedev a few years ago. So he's versatile when he needs to be.
30-15, first serve down the tee, forehand return to the forehand of Djokovic. Down the line to the backhand is Struff. Now Novak to the forehand, going cross court to the forehand of Struff. Back to the forehand of Novak, down the middle. Backhand finds the doubles alley. It's wide from Struff, and it's 40-15.
And Struff doesn't miss a lot of backhands. I mean, he's got a very pure stroke off that side. The only problem is you're playing against an opponent that's got an even purer backhand in Novak Djokovic. So there are no holes in Novak's game.
Game point here, opening game of the match, round of 16. Novak Djokovic, the 7 seed this year, coming in, tries to go out wide, misses wide. A second serve now to Jan-Lennard Struff, the 35-year-old from Germany, set to return. Novak serve into the backhand of Struff, goes down the line to the backhand of Djokovic. Now a forehand to the backhand of Djokovic, cross court to the backhand of Struff. Slices down the line from Djokovic, sails wide, and it's 40-30.
Yes, you won't see, I don't think you'll see Jan-Lennard Struff back up a ton on second serve return. We've seen a lot of players use that tactic over the course of the tournament, not really stepping into the court and going after the second serve return, but Struffy's game is to blast away, and he'll get up on that baseline and do his best to impact Novak Djokovic's second serve.
Game point again for Novak Djokovic. Down the tee, big first serve that's in. The return to the backhand of Novak. Now a forehand that clips the top of the net. Struff running into the court. Novak guesses one way. Struff goes the other way, and it's deuce.
There are times when let cords don't help you. The let cord was so firm, it wrapped into the tape and sprung way up in the air, giving Struffy plenty of time to get up to it, and he made contact with that about chest high. Easy put away for a man of his caliber.
So from 40-15, first game of the match, Novak Djokovic to deuce. He has one ace so far in this game. Goes out wide to the forehand of Struff. Big return cross court to the forehand of Djokovic. Now Struff backhand to backhand of Djokovic. Now Struff moving forward. Djokovic passing shot down the line. Struff forehand volley pops it up to the middle of the court. Djokovic inside out in the forehand. Struff can't handle the volley, and it's at in. Game point again for Djokovic.
Novak showing off his defensive prowess there. The approach shot was a little ill-advised because it was cross-court. Coming in on a cross-court approach is dangerous because you're exposing a lot of down-the-line space to pass, and Novak took full advantage of that, threading the backhand down-the-line pass, which set up an easy forehand put away.
All right, third chance to win the first game of the match here for Novak Djokovic. First serve down the tee, ace number 2, and that's game for the number 7 seed, Novak Djokovic. All right, let's get a quick update as they change ends on Ash at what's going on Armstrong. Gil Gross, what's the latest?
Tomas Machac just played another loose service game late in a set. That cost him in the first when he got broken at 4-5 by Taylor with 3 backhand unforced errors. This last game, it was really coming off of both wings, but you know, one of the things that's difficult for Machac, he does not have one of the bigger serves, and Taylor is great at putting returns in play. So the rallies have been very competitive, but Machac has to execute over and over and over again in his service games in order to hang on to his serve. And as soon as things get a little bit, well, sprayy on him, it's trouble for Machac. So Fritz serving for a 2-sets-to-love lead here, up 30-15, 5-3 in the second.
All right, so Taylor Fritz on the precipice of a 2-sets lead at Louis Armstrong Stadium. We'll get an update from Gil Gross in short time, but Jan-Lennard Struff now serving at love 1. First point here, second serve now for Struff. After a fault on the first serve, Novak Djokovic forehand return to the middle of the court. Struff tried to come in off a hard forehand, but it clips to the top of the net, and it's love 15. He was trying to be aggressive.
Yes, the return landed quite short. I think for a millisecond, Struffy thought that the return was going to hit the tape, and he seemed a little bit close to the ball. Footwork not that efficient on that time, and he caught the ball very close to the throat of his strings.
All right, love 15. Djokovic held in the opening service game. Struff, first serve down the middle, and Djokovic can't handle the forehand return, and it sails long. 127-mile-an-hour serve down the tee there from Struff. And it's quickly up to the line. Jan-Lennard Struff plays fast, and he's right into his motion. First serve is deep at 15 all. Second serve coming to Novak Djokovic. Forehand returned into the backhand of Struff. It goes down the middle to the backhand of Novak. Now a slice from Struff. Novak runs around his backhand, goes inside in on the forehand. Struff now playing his forehand to the middle. A slice backhand to the slice backhand of Struff. Cross court slice reply from Djokovic. Now inside out forehand from Struff. And a topspin backhand down the middle of the court from Struff. Novak goes down the line, changes direction, and with great depth forces the error off the forehand wing of Jan-Lennard Struff.
Very patient point by both players. Novak eventually was able to just find the baseline on a down-the-line backhand, which drew the error. You'd certainly have to call that a forced error. That was an amazing shot.
No doubt. It looked like it skidded off the line a little bit, too.
A little bit of misfortune there for Struffy. It was a really well-contested point off both wings.
Now a little bit of pressure here at 15-30. Love 1. Jan-Lennard Struff serving, trying to go towards the backhand of Novak Djokovic. Hits the net. And it's a second serve at 15-30. And a double fault from Jan-Lennard Struff, and just like that, 2 break points.
And that's the thing about playing Novak, being such a great returner. Not only is his quality of return high and strong and gets back to neutral in the point well, but he's very hard to ace. He's very rangy and he reads tosses beautifully. He is an amazing return of serve.
Break point for Novak Djokovic, 15-40 on the Jan-Lennard Struff serve in his first service game. First serve into the forehand of Novak. Struff goes inside out in the forehand serve +1, saves 1 break point, and it's 30-40. And just an update from Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Taylor Fritz has served out the second set. So the 4th-seeded American, the only American male left in the draw, is up 2 sets to love on Tomas Machac of the Czech Republic, or Czechia, excuse me, right now on Louis Armstrong Stadium. First serve is out from Jan-Lennard Struff, so a second serve now and a second break point for Novak Djokovic. Forehand return inside out to the backhand of Struff, forces an error, and Novak Djokovic has taken a 2-love lead here in the first set on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Vintage Djokovic returning there, 30-40 second serve. He made contact with the ball just inside the baseline, very clean on the forehand. It went slightly inside out, stretched Struffy to his backhand, and he didn't quite have the time to get his feet set. And that's the advantage of taking the second serve return early. You can rush the server into a mistake if you catch it clean.
So Novak Djokovic serving with the lead now, 2-love, and a first serve out wide to the Struff forehand, returned down the middle. Novak goes inside out. Struff slices the backhand reply. Inside in forehand as Struff on the run to his forehand, and again working the forehand side. Novak Djokovic cross-court forehand into the forehand of Struff. Now he goes inside out, has Struff running to his backhand. Novak backhand to backhand. Struff goes down the line to the Djokovic forehand. Down the middle it goes, and now Struff misses a forehand. He's hanging in the rallies, but he's not winning the long rallies yet.
Russ, that's perfectly summarized, I think. And this is potentially wonderful for Novak Djokovic because he's looking much more comfortable in the early going than he has. He respects Struffy as a ball striker and a player, but it's sort of playing him into a nice rhythm right now.
He is a lot of long rallies so far early in
loving.
this match.
Yeah.
15-love and a tight serve into the body of Jan-Lennard Struff, who's about 6'6" with long arms, and that one got inside him, couldn't handle it.
Fantastic tactics. Novak gives so much thought to where he's going to attack his opponents, what percentage he's going to go tee, body, and wide, and he would have a game plan for both boxes against every opponent.
First serve at 30-love, out wide it goes, and that's an ace, number 3 for Novak Djokovic, and it's 40-love. The ace counter was really ticking up against Cam Norrie as well in the first round, and he doesn't do it particularly with speed. That was 99 miles an hour out wide, but man, does he hit his spots. 40-love for Novak Djokovic now at 2-love in the first set against Jan-Lennard Struff. This is the first match of the night on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Second serve from Djokovic into the backhand of Struff. Nice deep return. Novak got the backhand reply. Struff moving in, and a beautifully angled backhand drop volley from Jan-Lennard Struff to win the point. It's 40-15.
The degree of difficulty on that backhand volley was extremely high. I mean, Struffy rips the forehand down the line, comes in. Novak, of course, makes him play. And Novak's so fast, when you get a volley, you feel like, oh my goodness, I better do a lot with this volley, otherwise I'm going to get past on the next one. Well, Struffy did a heck of a lot. He angled it short, wide for the winner.
And a big first serve into the forehand of Struff, and back behind him goes Djokovic. Now a drop shot from Novak that doesn't clear the net. Struff was on it. He was running forward for that thing, and now from 40-love, it's 40-30. Remember, in the first service game, it was 40-15, and it got back to deuce.
I called the Tommy Paul Bublik match last night. I was seeing drop shots in my dreams. I was flinching in bed, thinking I had to run for a drop shot. Poor Tommy Paul.
Game point again for Novak Djokovic at 40-30. First serve to Jan-Lennard Struff. Out wide it goes. That's the 4th ace of the match. And Djokovic has a 3-love lead as we take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nighttime on Labor Day Sunday at the U.S. Open. Novak Djokovic, a four-time winner here, most recently 2023. In fact, this is the place where he last won a major championship. He's got the number 24 on his black Asics shoes with the gold stripes. In honor of the 24 major singles titles that he's won, he's looking for the record 25. No one's been able to get that number in singles, and Jan-Lennard Struff not only is up against it against Novak Djokovic, he's just lost the first point of his second service game. Love 15 after a backhand into the net from the big German.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's hit some big serves that have come back right back at him strong just caught him unawares a little bit.
Now it's a big first serve into the forehand of Novak Djokovic that goes into the net, so it's 15 all. These two actually have kind of a long history in the sense that they first met back in 2009 at Halle when Struff was just a hitting partner because he was a local kid who could play. And a big first serve that Novak actually finds a short angle on. Struff clips it with his forehand, a little dropper that Novak gets to but can't get it over the net, and it's 30-15.
Struff did so well there. I mean, he was almost in an impossible position. He was pulled way outside the doubles alley and well into the court. I didn't think there was, apart from maybe going round the post, I thought he was going to do an ATP pickleball shot there, but he chose a little short drop shot down the line, and it worked out nicely for him.
First serve, long and wide from Struff. 30-15 second serve. Now a return from Djokovic to the backhand of Struff. Back to the backhand of Novak, who slices down the line. Forehand to forehand goes Struff, and down the line to the backhand goes Djokovic, and down the line again goes Novak to the forehand. Struff puts it up in the air. Little drop volley out of the air from Novak. Struff is there, but pushes it wide, and it's 30 all.
Novak really precise so far tonight. Absolutely shredded that backhand down the line, which set up the point. Little touch volley to finish it off. Novak in ominous form in the early going here.
You better believe the rest of the draw is paying attention here to the way Novak Djokovic has worked his way into this tournament. Jan-Lennard Struff is feeling it himself personally, but no doubt everyone else out there is watching with great intent. 30 all at Love 3. Jan-Lennard Struff serving volley, backhand volley. Novak goes topspin lob, and it's in. And a smile from Novak, and that ball clipped the back portion of the line, and it's a break chance for Novak Djokovic.
Very entertaining point. A pretty classy first volley from Struff, as Novak, of course, made the return low and made it difficult for him, and then just an Andy Murray, Leighton Hewitt special flip backhand lob that those two players made famous in their day.
And Struff with a smile as he walked back towards that and saw it land in. There was not much he could do about it. Break chance for Novak Djokovic. First serve down the tee. That Novak replies to the middle of the court. Struff going for too much. Blasts a forehand wide. And it's love 4 or 4 love to Novak Djokovic.
And I think what's happened here in the early going, Russ, is that Struff's hit some big serves, 128, 129 into the corners, and for a split second he's thought, well, that's enough. It's enough against most players, but it's not enough against Novak Djokovic. He reaches out, he makes you play another ball, and not just another ball, but a deep one, a penetrating one. His returning is the absolute best of all time.
So Novak Djokovic now serving. 4 aces to none, by the way, on that counter. Greatest returner of all time is a dominant server late in his career.
Yes,
at
I
38
think,
years of
as
age.
I said, an underrated server. He'd be one of the 3 or 4 best servers of this generation.
And the second serve to the backhand, straight to the backhand of Djokovic. Now a backhand down the middle as Novak goes down the line to the forehand of Struff. Clips the top of the net. Novak goes back down the line, and Struff tried to go behind Novak that time. To no avail, it hit the net, and it's 15 love.
It's all one-way traffic right now. The tennis is good. You wouldn't say, apart from a few loose errors, Struffy's hitting the ball well, but he's just playing right into Novak's hands, using his power against him.
Off the top of the net, so Novak Djokovic will go again on a first serve at 15 love. That 2009 meeting between those two was the only year that Novak's ever played Halle. It just happened to be that year that Jan-Lennard Struff met the guy he's on the court with now. He remembers it being a rain delay, and they were playing soccer indoors. And Marian Vida, Novak's coach at the time, scored the game-winning goal, and he said the whole team went bonkers.
Novak's so professional. He probably made scouting notes on his 17-year-old sparring partner in Holland.
In soccer on indoors, right? Amazing. Novak pushing forward, volleying off a short angle winner, and it's 30-love.
Every aspect of Novak's game has been razor sharp in the first set tonight. He's served beautifully, accurately, at a good clip. Forehand and backhand have both been absolute laser beams. And then some nice deft touches at the net to boot. Now let's not forget the topspin lob. I mean, there hasn't been a shot he hasn't played.
No, and there hasn't been a shot that hasn't worked either. It's all going. First serve from Djokovic down the tee, off the net. Second serve coming at 4-love, 30-love for Novak Djokovic. Here comes the second serve. Djokovic into the forehand of Struff, return to the forehand of Novak. He tried to go inside out big from the middle of the court and just missed it wide.
Just grabbed at his shoulder or neck area there. With Novak, you're always on, these days, you're always on red alert for little tweaks and twinges.
Went for the trapezius muscle back there behind his neck. He seems just fine, though. It's 30-15. First serve out wide to the backhand of Struff. Return to the middle of the court. Novak now goes into the forehand of Struff. Big forehand now to the backhand of the big German. Struff forcing the backhand error for a big inside-out shot, and it's 30-all.
It's a nice defensive effort from Struffy there. Novak really unloaded on the forehand off his outside leg, and I thought he was probably going to force an error there, but Struffy managed to absorb the pace beautifully.
All right, so 30-all on the Novak Djokovic serve. It has been all Novak here. 4-love to the number 7 seed, and a serve +1 out wide on the serve, and then a forehand cross-court winner gives Djokovic a game point for 5-love.
And that's why I rate him so highly as a server, Russ. It's his accuracy. When he goes for the wide serve, he hits it within 4 or 5 inches of the line consistently. And you can't say that about even some of the bigger servers. Ben Shelton's got an enormous serve, but he doesn't hit it as accurately as Novak Djokovic does yet in his career.
There might be no one. Maybe there's probably
just
no
man.
one right
just
now.
My big man.
But yeah, but he's not playing anymore.
Not anymore. No,
he's not, the only active player who serves with this kind of accuracy is probably Novak Djokovic.
You're right.
Second serve into the forehand of Struff. Struff goes down the line to the forehand of Novak, who tried to go behind the big man and clips the net, so it's deuce.
Yes, Djokovic, Federer, I think you put in that category, can absolutely paint the corners. When they picked out a spot, they really hit it, as did John Isner at ferocious speed.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing spot. Server John Isner from a height that no one had seen before, and at a speed that no one could really handle as well, and a kick probably that was, well, just superhuman coming from that angle. 4-all deuce now. Djokovic down the tee and long. Now a second serve at 4-love deuce for Novak Djokovic. A couple extra bounces there. And now a second serve into the middle of the box, which Struff takes inside in down the line to the backhand of Djokovic, eliciting an error from Novak. And it's a break point now for the first time in this match.
Yeah, to Struffy's credit here, he hasn't dropped his bundle. His body language is still very, very positive despite getting off to a slow start. It's really been, Novak has been flawless. The story of the first 20 minutes, but Struffy mounting a little bit of a charge here.
Break chance for the first time for Jan-Lennard Struff, and a first serve into the net from Novak Djokovic.
Struff will be up on that baseline, trying to get a good crack at the second serve return.
He's found a lot of joy so far, winning 71% of the points on Novak's second serve. Big second serve down the tee, return down the middle, and another backhand error from Novak Djokovic. So from 2 breaks of serve up to 1 break of serve up now. Jan-Lennard Struff will serve at 1-4 after they change ends on Ash. Let's check in on what's happening at Louis Armstrong Stadium with Gil Gross. What's going on, Gil?
It's 2 sets and a break for the only American remaining in the men's draw, Taylor Fritz. He now leads in the 3rd set, 3-2. And the Fritz first serve has been the major X factor in this match so far. 13 aces through 2 sets and change, and he's won 90% of the points against a guy in Machac who's an excellent returner, very speedy around the court. You'd actually back him to have some success neutralizing and defending, but Fritz has been able to get the ball right through him behind his first serve And statistically, it's something that Taylor does better than anybody else on tour. That's right, better than Jannik Sinner, better than Carlos Alcaraz, even better than Giovanni Pecci Pericard. In the last 52 weeks, Taylor Fritz is the tour leader in first serve win percentage, winning 79.2% of points when he lands his first.
You know, Gil, how much of a prep is this? The winner of this match plays the winner of the Djokovic match that's going on
That's right.
Ash. How much of is this matchup a prep for what Novak might be putting at, maybe at a bit of a higher level than Machac?
Well, I think the big difference is in Novak, you have an elite serve, and in Machac, you have a serve that Fritz treats as somewhat of a point starter. You know, Machac just doesn't get a lot done off of his first delivery, and that's enabled Taylor to get into a lot of rallies. But Russ, when it comes to the actual baseline points, Machac is a great backhand, a great mover. You know, he plays with precision off the ground, so in that respect, it's decent prep. But you also just can't replace the mental factor of Fritz having such a poor head-to-head against Novak, and that's one of the main things that he's going to contend with if we get that quarterfinal matchup.
Well, we shall see. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on. Thanks to Gil Gross on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Back onto Ash for Jan-Lennard Struff. Finally with something on the scoreboard, serving at 1-4 to Novak Djokovic after breaking Joker in the last service game from Djokovic. Now they're into the rally. First point, just banging balls right down the middle of the court, both of them. Now Novak goes to the slice, and Struff goes inside out in the forehand for a winner, and it's 15-love.
Now, Struff is really tattooing the ball in the last game or two, fearlessly ripping the forehand into the inside-out corner. Novak didn't do much wrong there, but Struff used his feet to turn a backhand into a forehand, and he rifled it inside out.
First serve out wide, and the first ace of the match for Jan-Lennard Struff. It's 30-love.
Plays so quick. He's already at the line, ready to go. I love this about him. Literally took about 3 or 4 seconds in between points.
One of the fastest players on tour has to be, and a double fault from Jan-Lennard Struff. And it's 30-15. That's his second double fault.
He doesn't put a lot of kick on his second serve. It's more of a hard cutter. So sometimes his margin, his clearance over the tape isn't as great as some other players that use a kick serve on the second.
First serve to the forehand and a service winner from Jan-Lennard Struff. And it's 40-15.
One was extremely accurate to the forehand of Novak Djokovic, who got his racket on it but couldn't quite control it.
We definitely have some Struffy fans on our YouTube stream in the comments right now, rooting their guy on. It's 40-15. First 4 games all went to Novak Djokovic. The last one went to Struff, and now he's trying to finish off Djokovic, but he's going to have to wait at least one more point as Novak opened up the court with a wide forehand angle and then moves in behind Struff to make it 40-30.
And so clever with the finish from Novak. He had Struffy recovering hard from the forehand corner, and just as Struffy committed his body weight to cover the cross court, Novak flicked it behind him down the line.
All right, so 40-30. Struff looking to inch closer to Novak Djokovic here in the first set after dropping the first 4 games. That first serve is deep. Second serve for Struff. Game point again at 1-4 in the first. Into the body of Novak Djokovic, and Novak can only push it wide. Well done from Jan-Lennard Struff. A break and a hold. Novak still leads 4-2, but momentum slowly shifting over to the German side of the court, maybe.
It's an interesting little turn of events. For a second there, I was wondering if Struffy was going to get a game. But now he's really looking settled in. His body language is excellent. And Novak just twisting his neck around like he's not happy with something to do with his neck. But it's just par for the course these days. There's always got to be something wrong.
All right, so Novak Djokovic stepping to the line, serving up 4-2, out wide to the Struff forehand, now inside out, serve +1, 15-love. One of the things you talked about, perked my ears up a little bit, you talked about the toss of Novak Djokovic and how it's almost metronomic, like it's always in the same spot, it's consistently there. Growing up, the guys that I saw that had that was Pete Sampras first, and then Roger Federer. They both seemed like they could hit any serve off the same toss. as Novak Djokovic hits his first serve at 15-love down the tee. Short reply to the middle of the court. Novak tried to go inside in and actually pulled it wide. It's 15-all. Is Novak in that class of toss and being able to hit any serve from the same toss as those guys?
Absolutely. I mean, his toss is just like those other great players that you mentioned. His toss is only as high as it needs to be for him to hit it at the apex. He doesn't throw it so high that he has to wait on it to come down, which we see with so many players on the tour. It's a beautiful, precise ball toss, helped in large part by Goran Ivanisevic when they were working together. His ball toss was also efficient. It was only as high as it needed to be, so you're able to pick up the tempo immediately instead of waiting around for the ball to come down.
Second serve that Struff hit sharply to the Novak forehand. Djokovic got himself back in the court. Now Struff putting on some more pace. Forehand down the line from Struff and a winner as Novak got stuck in his forehand corner.
And Struff went and got the ball. He actually got inside the baseline and saw that Novak was fractionally out of position, and he took time away. He hit that ball right on the baseline with body weight coming forward, rifled it down the line. He's really playing some outstanding tennis in the last 15 minutes.
Confidence rising from the 35-year-old German qualifier. Jan-Lennard Struff playing in his 10th U.S. Open.
Peace.
And he's had to work as hard or harder than he ever has. Winning 3 rounds in qualifying and then beating 2 seeds to get to this, including Francis Tiafoe. It's 15-30, first serve down the tee, returned by Struff, and then Novak goes inside out. Big forehand. Struff gets his racket on it, but it's not going to stay in. It's 30-all.
Once again, the precision of the Djokovic first serve. It was right down the tee, inches from the tee. Struff did an amazing job just getting a halfway solid return back in the court, but Novak, quick with his feet, impeccable preparation, and he delivered the lethal blow on that first forehand.
All right, first serve coming now. 4-2, 30-all. Things tightening up here on Ash in the first set. Big first serve down the tee. Struff has it. Here comes Novak moving in. Forehand pass from Struff. He misses in the net and then bangs his hand into his racket string bed because he knows the opportunity was there, but it was an opportunity lost.
Yes, Novak didn't do a ton with the backhand approach. Struff was there in just enough time. He'd really think he could make that pass at least 7 or 8 out of 10. A little disappointing there.
Djokovic serving for game point. A point for 5-2 in the first set from Novak Djokovic. First serve, looking to go out wide, just a little bit long up the line. So Struff will have a look at a second serve. For all the inroads that Struff has made in this set, getting a break back. Novak looking to take a 5-2 lead here. Second serve that Struff returns down the middle of the court. Novak nets a forehand. So he was playing flawless tennis with Djokovic for the first 4 games. Some errors now creeping into the game of Novak Djokovic.
And that one in particular, I think he was just fooled a little bit because it was one of the few shots that Struff didn't hit clean. Everything normally comes onto your racket when you're playing against Struff. That one he didn't hit so clean.
The off-speed.
Yeah, the off-speed pitch. Yeah, Novak was fractionally in front of it with his contact point.
All right, so it's 4-2 deuce. And Novak again with the serve into the tape. Looks a little bit annoyed with himself at the moment, does Novak. His box stoic at the moment against Cam Norrie when things weren't going his way. He was yelling. They were having like a full-on screaming match between his box and Novak Djokovic. Not yet tonight. And second serve out wide to the Struff forehand. Now Novak's got Struff on the run and puts the ball into the open court, and a game point again for 5-2.
Outstanding tactics. He gave Struff his own medicine there. He pulled him wide to the forehand, and when Struff went forehand cross court, Novak stepped into the court, made contact a good yard inside the baseline, just pured it down the line, came to the net, didn't even need the volley. The approach was struck so sweetly.
Game point again for Novak Djokovic. Add in at 4-2. First set here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. 32 minutes in, Novak Djokovic first offering up the tee to the forehand of Struff. Return is just long. So Novak Djokovic holds for 5-2. We'll take a break as the players change ends. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on the night session here on Sunday night of Labor Day weekend at the 2025 U.S. Open. Russ Thaler, David McPherson on the call in studio. Nick McCarville is courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium as Novak Djokovic is out to a 5-2 lead in set number 1 against Jan-Lennard Struff, the German qualifier, former world number 21. He's fallen into the 140s before this event, had to win 3 matches just to get into the main draw. Then he beats Holger Rune in the second round and Francis Tiafoe, and here he is, serving to stay in the first set. Big first serve gets into the body of Djokovic, and it's 15-love to Struff as he serves at 2-5. Novak Djokovic really working on his, I would say his left trap and a foot fault here from Struff during the break, and we saw the chair umpire, James Kiathabong, on the phone, and we're wondering if we're going to see the physio either after this set or maybe after the next change of ends. It's 30-love to Struff after another Djokovic miss, but that was a forced error after big inside-out forehand from the German.
A quality big second serve into the body. That's probably Struff's favorite second serve. A big target, but hit with that hard cut spin that he puts on his second serve.
Struff trying to go big up the tee there at 126, but it was long. Second serve now at 30-love. Into the backhand of Djokovic, who goes inside and down the line, forcing the backhand error from Jan-Lennard Struff.
Both players have really handled pace well. A couple of rogue misses when the balls have come in a bit slower at them. That time, Struffy really didn't move up to the backhand.
30-15. Trying to go big out wide this time, and Struff is wide on the serve. He's trying to go big on that first serve. Hasn't been able to pinpoint it yet. Second serve into the backhand of Djokovic. Big return down the middle of the court towards the backhand of Struff. Now a slice backhand from Jan-Lennard Struff. Forehand down the line into the forehand of Struff, who goes cross court and has Djokovic just throwing up a high defensive lob, but it's short inside the service line, which Struff will knock off with ease, and it's 40-15.
What a cross court forehand from Struffy there. Novak's ball was deep. It was penetrating to create that much angle on that cross-court forehand was really audacious.
Jan-Lennard Struff in the plum top from Diadora, white shorts. Trying to go out wide with that first serve again. His first serve percentage down at 45%, but he's still winning 70% for those first serve points, but only 1 out of every 3 second serve points, and that's not going to help that stat at all. A third double fault for Jan-Lennard Struff, but not at a terrible time, in that it's still 40-30, game point for Struff here again. First serve from Struff down the middle of the court to the forehand of Djokovic. Deep forehand return that has Struff pushed back. Now a forehand from Struff into the backhand of Djokovic. Slices down the middle. Big forehand to the forehand of Djokovic. Into the backhand of Struff. Now forehand to forehand goes Novak. And now Novak lines one up down the line. And with his feet and base under him, Novak Djokovic does not miss. And it's deuce.
A beautiful forehand down the line, leveled out on it, didn't hit with it. Excessive topspin, just enough spin to bring it inside the baseline. He has the ability to play a forehand with a lot of shape or flatten it out and changes it in between shots. That's a really nice weapon to have when you're not locked into one spin on your shots.
Danger time now for Jan-Lennard Struff, who is serving to stay in the first set. He was up 40-15. Now it's deuce. Novak Djokovic can only look as that first serve sails by at 130 down the tee. An ace for Struff, his second of the match, and another game point.
Novak leaning ever so slightly wide, and the big tee serve found its mark.
First serve, top of the tape, sails well long. Second serve now for Jan-Lennard Struff at 2-5. Down the tee to the forehand of Novak Djokovic. An error off the return, and it's 5-3. I'm going to turn our attention to Nick McCarville real fast on that last change. Nick, Novak looked to be in some serious discomfort. What did you observe?
Well, he's kind of been working, and he's doing it again, Russ. He's working on the upper back into the neck. James Kiathabong on the phone again. There was his box. We're standing up there kind of pointing towards, and I do see now the ATP trainer is there, so let's see if Novak can serve out this first set, but we do expect, Russ, no huge surprise here. The trainer, I expect, will come out after this game for Novak.
All right, Novak Djokovic serving for the first set, and an ace down the tee. This is sort of to the tee and to the script of Novak Djokovic so far at the 2025 U.S. Open. The trainer's been called, and he's still firing aces from everywhere in the court.
Once again, what a flawless toss that was. You couldn't have placed that in a better spot to crash the serve down the tee.
And another big serve down the tee. Not an ace. He's got 5 of those. That was a service winner, and it's 30-love. Novak Djokovic 2 points from the first set. By the way, Taylor Fritz, the American, 4th seeded here in straight sets, takes out Thomas Machac 6-4, 6-3, 6-3 on Louis Armstrong Stadium. And shortly, Taylor Fritz will talk to our Gil Gross as he walks off the court, victorious and into the quarterfinals again at the U.S. Open. Fritz, of course, a finalist a year ago here, falling to Jannik Sinner. And Novak Djokovic, a second serve at 30-love, 5-3 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. They're into the rally, and Djokovic goes into the net with a backhand, trying to go down the line. It's 30-15.
One of the very few unforced errors Novak's had in this first set. Once again, though, he can get away with 1 or 2 loose points. His serving has been so precise, so many free points, or at least serves that have set up an easy +1 in this first set, as he does so often. His precision is out of this world.
So Novak Djokovic winds up at 30-15, goes down the tee, clips the net. So he'll re-rack, start again. Another first serve for Novak Djokovic. He's got 5 aces in a first set that has lasted 39 minutes so far. Novak Djokovic 2 points away from taking this first set on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Round of 16 at the U.S. Open. And that first serve, again, is deep now. A second serve coming. And Struff, again, doesn't change his return position very much from first to second serve. He's about a foot behind the baseline. He wants to inch in, actually. Looks like he's getting closer. He'll take this second serve, which was a beauty down the middle, and he finds a return, which is amazing in its own right, but Novak is able to run forward, just knock it off, and a big smile. I think he was a little surprised to see the return get over the net.
Have I mentioned already that Novak has a good serve?
That was the second serve.
Exactly, and that's also a point I wanted to get to. His second serve is so precise as well, and he can change his speeds. He can go fast to your forehand, slow to your backhand, jam your body in tight. He really has all the second serves.
It's probably the part of the game, Macha, that has come together the most in the last match or so for Novak. It was so locked in against Cam Norrie, that serve.
Set point for Novak Djokovic, 40-15 at 5-3. First serve's long. Second serve coming. Here comes Djokovic into his windup. Second serve into the forehand of, well, Struff, who he hit that ball. That was a Taylor Fritz-esque forehand swing and return deep into the forehand corner of Djokovic that Joker couldn't handle. It's 40-30. He just absolutely hauled off on that return.
He pulverized it, is what he did.
He did. Man.
That return might have clocked in at 100 miles an hour. It was, as I said, pulverized.
So 40-30 now. Set point number 2 for Novak Djokovic. Trying to take this first set from Jan-Lennard Struff, the qualifier from Germany. Djokovic again trying to go down tee. Hits the net. And they'll start it up again. One more chance to take the first set for Novak Djokovic. Round of 16 here at the U.S. Open. We know the winner of this match will take on American Taylor Fritz. Serving to the backhand of Struff that clips the top of the net and doesn't make its way over. A big smile from Novak Djokovic, who has taken the first set, 6-3 in Arthur Ashe Stadium. The trainer walks onto the court. We take a break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Novak Djokovic has taken the first set from Jan-Lennard Struff in our first night match. Sunday night on Labor Day weekend at the 25 U.S. Open. Russ Taylor, David McPherson in studio. Nick McCarville courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. And Novak Djokovic is just now putting his shirt back on after getting worked on by the trainer. What kind of work was getting done there, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, exactly, Russ, what you had pointed out earlier is that upper back into the shoulder and on the right side, the lower neck, and just some discomfort. I think you guys probably saw on your monitor, too, some grimacing there from Novak. But I don't know. I'm curious, Macha's perspective here, too, on this is that Novak said he's been very open about there's always a concern with the body coming into the match, any match these days. But Macha, it almost feels like he needs something to sort of focus his mind in on. And so, to me, Russ, it's not any great concern, to be honest.
All right, big first serve from Jan-Lennard Struff from the first point of the second set. Sets up an easy forehand inside out and forces the error from Novak Djokovic, and it's 15-love.
I really agree with Nick. Like, in the beginning of the tournament, he was actually worried about his stroke production, which is ridiculous with his perfect technique. But I think these little niggles that he's feeling right now are taking his mind off any technical issues he might be having with his game. And he's playing beautifully right now, just with a little injury to take his mind off.
It's one of the things he's talked about throughout this year, because Novak got to the semifinals of Wimbledon, faced Sinner, but he felt like he was compromised a little bit, physically. Got to the semifinals of Roland Garros, was definitely compromised. At that
there
point.
Are times when, yes, you're definitely physically compromised. I think Nick and I get the sense that these are just minor niggles right now that are just maybe in a way helping him just be free enough to just focus on the tennis without overthinking it.
So it's 15-all, and a big first serve into the backhand of Djokovic. Returned deep to the forehand of Struff. Now a forehand down the middle from Struff. Inside out on the forehand from Novak. Now he's deep in his backhand corner, goes inside in down the line. Struff thought he had the open court, but blew it long.
One other thing, sorry, just to jump in, one other thing I thought was interesting today, Russ, is that Nishesh Basavaredi, the young American that he hit with this afternoon, he doesn't hit a massive ball, Basavaredi. So to me, that means that Novak just really wanting to feel the ball more and more, not hitting against a big power player like Struff is. I think he's still looking to lock down and get that consistency in his tennis.
So
That's
far,
a good
so
point
good
from Nick, because I mean the top players put a lot of thought into who they warm up with, who they practice with before a certain opponent. That isn't accidental. Novak Djokovic picks out his sparring partner, his warm-up partner, with great detail.
I'm going to go ahead and imagine that most everything Novak Djokovic does is not accidental. He's pretty meticulous about every part of his life at this point. He doesn't leave a whole lot to chance.
Mike Bryan was the Novak Djokovic of doubles. Like, he had similar traits, was very into being perfect with his body and everything. His diet, his regiment was very particular also.
30-all first game, second set. Jan-Lennard Struff's first serve is into the net. Now a second serve for Struff at 30-all. He'll catch that toss. Didn't like that toss at all, so he'll start up again. Struff serve into the body of Djokovic. Forehand return deep down the middle of the forehand of Struff. Now a forehand cross-court for Struff. And again, he goes cross-court, short angle winner, and Jan-Lennard Struff has a game point.
What an extraordinary angle again. We've seen 2 or 3 of those from Struffy tonight, where he's been pushed out wide to almost the doubles alley, and then he's gone sharp cross court and short in the box. Not a lot of players can hit that as nastily as Struffy can.
Second serve now from Struff. Missed the first. Second serve at 40-30. Game point. And Novak Djokovic didn't move his feet very much and shanked his forehand return, and then kind of looked at the ground and has his feet and like, why didn't you move?
It was a nice surprise serve volley there on the second serve. I think out of the corner of his eye, Novak was surprised by the serve volley and just forgot that you have to move your feet to make a return.
Hey, Macha, can you just dive into the mentality of why would it be important for Novak to have something to take his mind out? I think you said take his mind off the tennis, or is it the bigger picture? Tell us.
He doesn't need to overthink. His technique is so beautiful. I mean, he's obviously the greatest champion of all time. Like, the only thing that can stop him really is himself. So him worrying about his own technique is a mistake. And I think just if he's a little bit concerned with his body, to me, that's okay. But if you start thinking, oh, should I be cocking my wrist more on my backhand, or how long is my backswing on my volley, or ball toss or anything, these are thoughts that he doesn't need. So I think just to have a little bit of a concern, oh, my neck's a bit stiff, is a good thing for him.
All right, as they start the second game of set number 2, let's give you over to Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Gil Gross has the winner of the match and the man who will face the winner of this match. That'd be the last American man standing, Taylor Fritz. Gil, take it away.
That's right. He's through to the quarterfinals with a straight set win over Tomas Machac. Taylor, excellent performance tonight. You won 91% of your first serve points against a guy in Machac who really hangs his hat on breaking serve a lot and returning well. How would you break down your success in that area?
I think I did a really good job of mixing up my serve kind of early and often. I think sometimes I get too much into serving my favorite spots, and then you know, I'd say a lot of people start leaning them. So I was pretty committed tonight to just hitting all the spots, mixing it up, and luckily for me, I kept a high percentage of first serves, mixed up what I did on my second serve well, and I, you know, really stressed kind of fighting for those points when I wasn't getting free points on my serve. I missed first serves, really fighting to, you know, get through those second serve points.
You lead the tour in first serve win percentage in the last year. Were you aware of that?
No, but I'm kind of a bot, so.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I think I feel like I'm just a bot that like pushes from the baseline.
All right, well, let's move on. I asked you this question in 2023 when you were about to play Novak Djokovic in the quarterfinals here. Novak was having a spectacular year. And I asked you, against an opponent like that, is it more about playing the game you always play, pretending it's any other opponent, or do you try to change something? I'm curious what your answer to that is in 2025.
I think very much play within yourself. I do think some things I do against low-ranked players, I probably, you know, I can't do against, but not just him. It applies to, you know, a lot of the higher-ranked guys. I think in certain situations I need to be more willing to go out and win it and not play to not lose, if that makes sense. You know, I think a lot of times I can play a bit safer against some guys and they'll kind of beat themselves, but I think against the top guys in those moments, you know, you really have to go out and take it.
Thanks, Taylor. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Gil, thanks so much, and what a great point from Taylor Fritz, because we've seen it now in a couple of matches where players have had opportunities against Novak Djokovic, but have kind of retreated when those opportunities arose and didn't take it. Taylor Fritz knows that he's going to have to beat Novak Djokovic. Novak's not going to give him any help along the way.
And Taylor is so self-aware. He's got a great tennis brain, and what he just said there really applies to Sasha Zverev as well. Like he hardly ever takes bad losses, but there's just a little bit of that, you got to go take it, because these great players will not give it to you in any way, shape, or form in the big matches.
So we're 1-1 here in the second set, Novak Djokovic and Jan-Lennard Struff. Struff serving at 30 love. They're into a long rally here. Down the middle of the court they go, and Struff went big down the middle to the forehand of Novak Djokovic, who got caught in his back foot and put one into the net, and it's 40 love.
Thunderous forehand there from Struffy. Can really let it out on the forehand. His backhand also carries a lot of velocity. Everything he does has velocity.
So 40 love, Struff first serving to the backhand of Djokovic, now a backhand down the line. Novak runs, goes for the forehand cross-court that sails long. Jan-Lennard Struff holds for a 2-1 lead in set number 2, and we'll take a break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
know what I mean? This is where barrier breakers meet dream chasers. This is where tradition meets trendy. And every moment, history. The U.S. Open, spectacular way.
And we are back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express on this Sunday night of Labor Day weekend at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in Queens, New York, where Novak Djokovic is up a set and they're on serve as Djokovic gets set to serve at 1-2 in the second set to Jan-Lennard Struff, the qualifier from Germany. Russ Thaler, David McPherson in studio. Nick McCarville is sidelined at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Gil Gross, our eyes and ears at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Taylor Fritz, a winner earlier tonight against Tomas Machac. And now, Aryna Sabalenka, the defending champion, is on the court, taking on Cristina Bucsa of Spain, the Moldovan-born Spanish player. They're in warm-ups over on Armstrong, and for updates, we'll turn to Gil Gross as the night continues. But now we turn our attention back to Arthur Ashe Stadium, with Djokovic serving up a set at 1-2 and 15-love to Jan-Lennard Struff. Djokovic down the tee to the Struff forehand, returned right into the forehand of Djokovic. Now it goes cross-court with a big backhand, and Struff's going to move forward on a short reply.
And that was in.
And that was in. That ball, that ball was out. It was called out. 30-love to Djokovic. We didn't hear a call.
Wow.
So we kind of thought it might have been in. But yeah, it was close. It was close, but it's 30-love to Djokovic nevertheless. First serve out wide is off the top of the net, and he'll start again, will Novak Djokovic. Djokovic with 5 aces in the first set. This is his second service game of set 2. Hasn't hit one yet. First serve wide to the forehand of Struff, down the middle on the return. Novak goes inside out, and now a drop shot as Struff was pushed back. Struff runs it down. He goes down the line, but Novak's there for a volley into the open court. That was maybe a little better than Novak even thought Struff was going to do. You're looking at me with wide-eyed wonder, Macha.
Well, I'm very impressed with Struff's speed there to cover that drop shot. That was a beautiful down-the-line forehand drop shot. Struff just sped off and at top speed threaded a little backhand down the line that, had Novak not been positioned perfectly, would have won the point.
It was a good job from Novak not letting his guard down.
Great net coverage right there. He had the angles covered to perfection. What a shocker.
40-love now for Novak Djokovic, serving his Struff down the tee to the forehand. The return is into the net, and that's the game to Djokovic. It's 2 games all, second set.
Guys, we've been talking a lot, obviously, about the form of Novak, but I will say Struff has really settled well into this match. Now, he's only won that 1 set in their 7 meetings, but curious to see if he can keep this second set on serve. There's been a lot of positive body language between him and the box, and we're seeing some great tennis from the 35-year-old, including an ace out wide, Russ, to start this game.
Just his 3rd of the match, 1st of the set for Jan-Lennard Struff. Went a little off speed at 116 out wide that Djokovic couldn't handle. 15-love. Jan-Lennard Struff serving it 2-all second set. Novak Djokovic took the first set 6-3. They're underway on Louis Armstrong Stadium now, between Aryna Sabalenka and Cristina Bucsa. Gil Gross is right there for that. Struff serving at 15-love. Now into the rally, forehand to forehand he goes with Novak Djokovic. Now he goes to the middle of the court, and the backhand, and Novak now a slice down the middle to the backhand, which Djokovic replies with a slice. They're going slice to slice backhands now. Struff again to the backhand. Novak trying to go short slice to Struff, and this time it's Struff with a little rally tolerance that outdoes Djokovic.
I thought it was Roger Federer against Steve Johnson there for a minute. That rally broke out. That was a very pretty rally, guys. Congratulations as predominant two-handers for showing off your one-handed skills. Don't think you would have beaten Stevie J, though, in that rally.
Struff, a big backhand cross-court into the forehand of Djokovic, and then behind Novak he goes for the clean winner. And this is so far the most dominant serving game that Jan-Lennard Struff has had.
Well, I totally agree with Nick in his point that Struff is playing extremely well. Just the serving stats are probably the difference. He's serving at 46, Novak serving in the mid-60s. Novak has 5 aces, no double faults.
And there's a 4th ace on the match, 2nd of the game for Jan-Lennard Struff. So we're on serve. Struff leads 3-2. Djokovic took the first. We'll take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nighttime at the U.S. Open Labor Day weekend. Novak Djokovic, the 4-time champ, most recently in 2023. A big favorite around the grounds of the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. And he is serving at 2-3 in the second set to Jan-Lennard Struff. Djokovic took the first 6 games to 3, and this is the first point of the 6th game of the second set. A match that has been incredibly well played by both players so far in an hour and 1 minute in. Russ Thaler, David McPherson in studio, Nick McCarville courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Second serve coming on the first point here at 2-3, second set for Novak Djokovic. Djokovic winds and fires into the backhand of Struff, goes down the line to the backhand of Novak into the open court. Struff running to slice a backhand reply. Now to the middle of the court. Forehand into the backhand of Djokovic, back to the forehand of Struff. Djokovic going into the forehand again of Struff. When will he turn the attention to the line? Novak Djokovic still going cross court to Struff. Who's going to change direction? It's Novak. Goes down the line to the backhand of Struff. And now a drop shot from Djokovic. Flips the top of the net. And it's love 15.
This is excellent hitting from Struff, guys.
How about the shot tolerance? I mean, the ball's just flying, pinging around the court like it's table tennis. And these guys are absorbing pace magnificently. Novak going for his patented down the line one-handed drop shot, just left it 1 inch short into the top of the tape.
Love 15 now. Novak Djokovic serving at 2-3. Second set to Jan-Lennard Struff. Down the tee it goes. Forehand return into the net. It's 15 all.
Look at the accuracy of that first serve. It would have been just 1 or 2 inches from the center line. Just typical Novak. Incredible precision on that first serve delivery.
And right back up to the line. Struff and Djokovic do not waste any time in this match. They're both moving quickly. First serve down the tee. Struff can't handle that one either. Another pinpoint first serve from Novak Djokovic. It's 30-15.
That's an interesting point, Russ, because Novak can at times take a lot of time when he's if things got a little bit closer in this match, he may elect to slow Struffy down. He's sort of allowing Struffy to play well by playing to his pace a little bit.
30-15. Novak Djokovic. Ace out wide. First of the set, 6th of the match. 40-15.
I think that's why it was so hard to play well against Rafa. Rafa took so much time in between points that I know it was frustrating for Roger that he had to wait so long in between every point to keep his rhythm going.
40-15 and another ace. Back-to-back aces for Novak Djokovic. 7 for the match. We are all level at 3 games apiece in the second set.
3 games all, second set.
And this is the hard part, right? Jan-Lennard Struff, according, to all of our eyes, is playing terrific tennis. But he's locked in a death battle with Novak Djokovic, who's right there with him. And by the way, smiling as he gets set to return the serve of Struff here at 3-all.
Smirking.
That's a good way, yes. More of a smirk than a smile.
A wry smile, Russ.
Second serve now at 3-all. Djokovic returned to the forehand of Struff. Back to the forehand of Djokovic. They're playing pretty much down the middle until Struff just unwinds on a huge forehand cross-court that Djokovic can only bunt long. Boy, Struff added the pace.
And the angle. I mean, this is a really impressive shot that he's got going here. The cross-court forehand hit with a lot of pace, but also short and wide in the court. Just the right amount of power and topspin.
Second serve from Struff at 15 love. Returned down the middle to the forehand of Struff, and that's a forehand long from Jan-Lennard Struff. A well-placed deep return from Novak Djokovic. A little bit of a force on that error.
And that's what he does. He aims middle on most of his returns, but just hits them clean and deep. So he backs you up, you land inside the service line, and you have to backpedal a lot of the time.
3-all, 15-all. Struff off the top of the net. He was serving and volleying on that first serve attempt, but it's long. So a second serve now as Djokovic steps on top of the baseline. A return deep down the middle to the backhand of Struff, goes inside out, strong to the forehand of Djokovic, and then really try to put his foot on the gas with the forehand down the line, but overcooked it just a little bit. It's 15-30, and this is a bit of a danger zone now at 3-all.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the shot selection. He's just trying to do what he's done all set. Take the game to Novak. He just didn't execute that time. But a great lesson there for listeners about returning. Aim up the middle and aim at the net strap and just hit it clean. That's what Novak Djokovic does. He will not miss a return wide.
Struff can't buy a first serve here in a big moment. It's 15-30, serving at 44% on first serve for the match. Second serve to the backhand of Djokovic, return cross court to the backhand of Struff. Now Struff running to his forehand side as Djokovic goes down the line and moves the German back to his backhand. Now down the middle of the court, Struff backhand to backhand. Novak slicing. Struff is coming over the top of it. Backhand to backhand, another slice from Novak. Now a slice from Struff. Just a little cat and mouse going on here. Struff rolls it to the forehand of Djokovic, who goes down the line, catches the back of the baseline as the rally continues. Struff again goes down the line, but misses wide, and it's 15-40.
Talk about a game of inches. Novak partially stopped playing that point because he thought one of his shots was going long. It's that forehand down the line that I think he thought he lifted it too much.
Yeah, he mishit it a little bit, actually, Macha.
And he froze, but then had the wherewithal to recover it as he didn't hear the out call.
And then Struff tried to end the point with a backhand down the line and hit it about 4 inches wide. So now break point for Novak Djokovic. First break point of the set. He was 2 for 3 on break chances in set number 1. And this first serve is long. As Jan-Lennard Struff's first serve percentage inches closer to that 40% mark. Second serve, and it's a double fault. A double fault from Jan-Lennard Struff, his 5th of the match. And that gives the break of serve to Novak Djokovic. He leads by a set in 4 games to 3 as they change ends on Arthur Ashe Stadium. We take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Arthur Ashe Stadium on Sunday night of Labor Day weekend here at the 2025 U.S. Open. Thanks you all for watching us on our YouTube channel and also on usopen.org and listening to us on Sirius XM Radio, on the TuneIn app, and on the US Open app and usopen.org as well. Russ Thaler, David McPherson, Nick McCarville here on Arthur Ashe Stadium as Novak Djokovic is now up a set and a break against Jan-Lennard Struff in a match an hour and 9 minutes long that has been played at the highest and cleanest of levels between these two. Yet it's Novak Djokovic who's managed to find his way out in front here in set number 2.
And so far, he's just sustained his serving focus the whole way through, serving at a great clip. This set, 77%. Struff, he's played amazing, but just hasn't been able to not have the loose service game. Just that one loose service game in this set. Got broken early in the first set. Well, double broken early, but Novak's serving has just been so precise, he hasn't really given Struff much of a look in.
Novak Djokovic on a bit of a run. He's won 9 of the last 10 points. It's 15-love at 4-3. And now a drop shot from Djokovic cross court. Struff comes in, tries to go down the line. Had it if he made it, but he didn't. And it's 30-love.
Guys, just a huge amount of frustration from Struff after he got broken, came over and slammed his racket on his bag. And I'll call myself out. I was the one who said he's playing so well, but this is what Novak does to you, right? He felt like he was toe-to-toe, and then Macha, he plays that one loose game.
First serve from Djokovic at 30-love, and it was a double fault on break point in that last game. That was probably even more disheartening for Jan-Lennard Struff because he didn't give himself a chance to even fend off that break point. 5 doubles for Struff. By the way, none for Djokovic in this match. And that was a beautiful second serve into the body of Jan-Lennard Struff, and it's 40-love.
Yes, it was actually a forehand body serve that Struff tried to turn into a backhand, and he got hopelessly jammed up. He should have swayed to his left and tried to crush a forehand, but he swayed to his right and got completely locked up.
Novak Djokovic was going to serve and volley there at 40-love at 4-3, but hit the first serve into the top of the net. So it's 40-love, second serve. Djokovic trying to take a 5-3 lead here in the third, and Djokovic comes in off the short reply. Defensive lob from Struff and an overhead put away from Novak Djokovic. He's a game away from taking a 2-0 lead on Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's 5-3.
Guys, I mean, doesn't this look like the Novak Djokovic we know? His footwork is so razor sharp. His serving is really accurate. Like, he looks right at home out there. This is the best he's looked all tournament, for sure.
Yeah, scary good stuff now.
So Jan-Lennard Struff, again, serving to stay in the second set. It's 3-5. Second serve now to Novak Djokovic. First point of the game. Returns down the line to the backhand. It's Struff, and Novak moves forward quickly to knock off the weak reply, and it's love 15.
Just hitting the forehand so clean. Like, didn't even try to hit that forehand that hard. It was just balance and precision. Went a little bit up down the line that time as opposed to aiming middle, as he feels more and more confident, starting to maybe pick out a few angles in the court on return to serve.
First serve down the tee. Novak, by the way, 27-9 coming in this season. Novak Djokovic, forehand to the forehand as Struff goes back to the forehand. Now Novak goes down the line, backhand from Struff down the middle. Novak goes into the forehand of Struff, goes back cross court to Novak, and Djokovic misses the forehand long, and it's 15-all.
There's just been a few times where Struff's weight of shot has given Novak a little bit of trouble. That was one of those occasions where the forehand cross court was coming in so fast. Novak just lifted up a fraction too early and missed it.
Another first serve into the net, and now first serve percentage dropping to 40% for the match, 33% for this set for Jan-Lennard Struff. Big backhand return into the backhand from Djokovic. Now they rally down the middle of the court. Big forehand into the forehand of Djokovic, and now Struff goes down the line, maybe trying to pull the trigger a little too early on that one. Bit of frustration and a lack of shot tolerance, and it's 15-30.
He set it up really well. I think the shot was there, Russ. It's just that he's playing with not a lot of margin, and I think that if he had his time again, he may cross court. He's been hitting that cross court angle really, really well. And that one punishes your opponent because it moves you outside the court.
30-15. Excuse me, 15-30. Big first serve down the tee that Djokovic can't handle. It's 30-all. He needed that first serve. He's not made many first serves.
41% is really horrifically low. It's been the one part of his game that hasn't really come to play tonight.
There's another big first serve that Djokovic returns beyond the service line, and now Novak's got Struff on the run, goes behind the big man. That was incredible. That was incredible, Nick. How did he do that on the return?
Well, Struff actually, I mean, yeah, the reach from Novak, and actually Struff thought that this ball was going out, guys. I don't really know what he did there. He almost completely stopped playing. Set point all of a sudden.
Set point, and again, Struff another missed first serve, and Djokovic will have a look at his second serve at 30-40, which is a set point for Djokovic, and Struff tries to go big down the tee and pops the second serve into the net, and just like that, an hour 15 in, Novak Djokovic has a 2-0 lead on Arthur Ashe Stadium, and we'll take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Novak Djokovic in a highly entertaining and well-played match on Arthur Ashe Stadium is up 2-0 on Jan-Lennard Struff, but he's having now his elbow worked on, or at least his forearm, it looks like, by the trainer, Russ Thaler, David McPherson in studio. We're going to go to Nick McCarville real fast inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. What is going on with Novak Djokovic?
Yeah, just jumping in here real quick. I know we want to hear from Gil, but he called out the trainer, and yeah, getting that right forearm worked on.
They are digging into that thing.
Yeah, he really is getting deep into that right forearm. He asked James Kiathavong if the trainer could come out at that point, and has, and so is working on that right forearm. That was something that Novak had requested. So guys, another niggle, but 2-0 here for Djokovic on Ashe. And Gil Gross, what say you for Armstrong?
All right, heads, shoulders, knees, and toes on Ashe for Novak Djokovic. Here on Armstrong, Aryna Sabalenka's already up 4-1 in this fourth round match against the Spaniard ranked 95 in the world, Kristina Buksha. Guys, Sabalenka doesn't need any draw help, but she does get it here on paper. Buksha is 0-8 against top 10 opponents in her career, and she hasn't won a set, so that's 0-16 in sets against top 10 players, as the world #1 continues to show off her firepower advantage in this one early on. It's going to take spectacular defensive efforts from Buksha to hang in with Sabalenka here.
All right, as the world #1 and defending champion continues to cruise in that first set up 4-1 in Armstrong, Novak Djokovic has returned from getting worked on during the changeover and misses on a backhand for love 15 on the first point. He's shaking out the arm that was just getting worked on the changeover between sets.
Yeah, I know. He was doing so well with the neck injury. I don't know why you would change tactics here and go to the forearm, but Novak knows better than the rest of us.
All right, Novak Djokovic again with a backhand error. Who knows? I mean, the pain might have migrated after it got worked on from the shoulder. Next thing you knew, it went down to the arm.
I mean, honestly, to be 38 and you've got a, personal masseuse whenever you want it, why not? Why not ask for him?
I'm with you, Nick McCarville.
You know?
Yeah. Can we get one in studio,
yeah,
please?
Exactly. I'll ask the trainer if he can come over for you, Russ.
That's right. At least an evaluation period.
Vocal cord work? Is that the injury?
Get the neck massage? Front of neck?
Novak with a precise ace there, bringing a love 30 back to 15-30 with another perfect ball toss.
Thanks for bringing us back to tennis, Machac. I appreciate it. It is 15-30.
You two hypochondriacs, pull it together.
First serve out wide to the backhand of Struff. He sends it deep into the middle of the court. Now Struff back to the backhand in the middle of the court. Novak forehand to the forehand of Struff. Now a forehand to the backhand of Struff. And Struff nets a backhand, and it's 30-all.
Struff has a beautiful backhand. There's just been a few times today where he hasn't moved his feet particularly well, and he's caught those backhands on the throat of the strings, the throat of the racket, and that was a case in point right there. And if you hit the ball on the throat of the racket, bad things happen.
First match of the night session here on Sunday night of Labor Day weekend. Here's Novak Djokovic up 2-0, 30-all. First game, set 3. Novak backhand down the middle of the court. Struff slice backhand to the middle. Now Novak goes to the forehand of Struff, who goes cross court to the forehand. Now Novak a short angle forehand. Struff pops up in the middle of the court. He's got Struff on the run now. Novak inside out forehand approach. Little volley knockoff winner, and it's 40-30.
Precision foot there from Novak Djokovic, allowing for perfect timing. And when I say the throat of the strings, I mean just south of the middle of the strings. Anything below the middle of the strings is what we would refer to as catching the ball on the throat. And that's where you lose all your spin, a lot of your power. The top players find a way to hit the ball in the middle or just north of the middle of the racket face.
40-30, game point from love 30 down now. Opening game, third set. Novak Djokovic took the first and second sets by a score of 6-3. He's got a point here for 1 love in the third against Jan-Lennard Struff, the 35-year-old qualifier from Germany. And an ace down the tee for Novak Djokovic, his 9th of the match. And he takes the first game of set number 3 on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Still shaking out that right forearm, guys, as he comes to his bench here on this changeover. So we'll be curious if the trainer comes out again for that.
The great thing about Novak is that he really has all four corners at his disposal. You don't feel like it would certainly, for example, like Sasha Bublik last night, like he was really favoring the tee over the wide. And under pressure, he went with that serve nearly every time. With Novak Djokovic, you can't really pigeonhole him that way. Like he could really hit any corner of the box at any time.
I'd be very curious to see what sort of like the deep stats, the tennis IQ stats say about where Novak serves and when, and if there are any patterns whatsoever, because they're hard to detect. I imagine when you scout Novak, I mean, how are you supposed to know where he normally goes if he doesn't normally go in any one place? And he has the option to do anything from anywhere. Struff up 15 love, by the way, here. Serving at love 1 in the third. Second serve coming now as he missed the first. Those first serve woes again for Jan-Lennard Struff.
And that is a big part of our coaching job, Russ, is that we look at those pie charts about where people serve and where they serve under pressure on both first and second serve. And we advise our players, like when it gets to a bigger occasion in the match, we want you to lean or really key in on this spot because we're banking on the opponent going there.
Struff lands in, so he'll get another shot at a first serve here at 15 all. Struff serving at 42% on first serve for this match. Makes a second first serve of this game, serves and volleys, but Novak is a beautiful returner and puts it right at Struff's toes, and it's 15-30.
Perfect technique from Novak Djokovic, a very short backswing on the forehand, but plenty of power, because with a short backswing, you can accelerate on impact. And that's another tip for you listeners at home. You don't need a big backswing on your forehand. What you need is racket head speed on impact.
So it's 15-30. Struff, another first serve made and another serve and volley. Forehand volley into the backhand of Djokovic and a topspin lob winner like it is no big deal, but that ain't easy. He made it look easy, and it's 15-40.
He's really playing the violin tonight, isn't he?
Really is.
He's a maestro in full flight.
The air has completely come out here courtside, I can tell you, for Struff. It just feels like he feels like a beaten man after that second set.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we've seen this one before where players feel like they're in it, and then they realize they're underwater. And Struff hasn't played poorly at all, but Novak Djokovic is, well, Novak Djokovic. 15-40, return to the backhand of Struff, and a missed backhand long, and a break of serve for Novak Djokovic. And now it's starting to look a little bit more like the beginning of the first set. Novak couldn't put a foot wrong and raced out to a 4-love lead. It's 2-love here in the third.
Looks like it's starting to get late real early.
It is, and it's getting late early on Armstrong as well, as Aryna Sabalenka has set points against Kristina Buksha. 5-1 and 40-15. We'll hear from Gil Gross as to what's going down and how it's happening there on Armstrong shortly. But let's turn our attention to Novak Djokovic. Up 2 sets and a break now at 2-love in the third on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Djokovic's first serve's into the net. So it'll be a second serve on the first point of the third game of the third. Second serve into the forehand of Struff, returned down the middle, and Djokovic goes right into the open court. Hardly has to move his feet, and then he followed it in, didn't need to do anything because it was a clean winner.
Beautiful strategy, and that's the accuracy of the second serve. That's a second serve, guys, that he pulled Struffy out into the doubles alley and opened up that down-the-line winner. A lot of players aren't comfortable going that close to the lines on second serve. Novak is.
First serve, and it's an ace. 10th of the match now in double digits for Novak Djokovic, who steps right up to the line to serve again at 30-love. Almost a quick serve situation here, although Novak will bounce the ball several times before he goes into his motion. And here we go. And that first serve is into the net. He was trying to pull Struff wide again with a first serve, and now a second serve for Novak Djokovic. Into the windup he goes. Second serve to the forehand of Struff, and that was a hard, sort of flat, hard, low slice into the forehand that Struff couldn't handle, and it's 40-love, and literally right back to the line for Djokovic. He's not even stepping off the line. He's just taking the ball, getting a new one from the ball boy, and stepping up and getting into his motion. 7 points on the bounce for Novak Djokovic, serving and volleying at 40-love. Struff tries to go down the line. Novak's there. Struff runs down the drop volley and wins the point with a little chip cross court into the open court. Well done from Jan-Lennard Struff. It's still 40-15 for Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly Novak's playing. You don't normally see him play this quickly, but maybe the kids are in town. He wants to read them a bedtime story before they go to sleep. I don't know, but he is flying through this match.
It is 8:45 in the p.m. here in New York City. We're an hour and 27 minutes into this match, and Novak Djokovic is a point away from a 3-love lead in the third, but he still needs one more point to do that, because off the Struff forehand return, Novak missed a backhand, and from 40-love, now it's 40-30.
Guys, I have a theory actually on the pace of play from Djokovic. He changed it right middle in the second set when Struff was really grooved in, and it felt like he took that time, that process away from Struff. Now, that's just conjecture, but I feel like that really changed the tone of that second set, too.
After this point, I'm going to add to that if I can, real fast, because I like where you're going with that. And actually, I have a thought on something else. Actually, I'll say it right now before the second serve.
He completely changed it, Russ.
He totally did. And I think what happened was Struff was dictating pace at that point. And basically, Djokovic, by going faster even than Struff, took control of that pace away from him. Now it's second serve down the tee to the forehand of Struff. Nice deep return to the backhand of Djokovic. Remember, it's 40-30. Another point for 3-love. Struff just shanked the forehand mid-rally. That's probably his worst miss of the match. And Novak Djokovic takes a 3-love lead in the third set, already up 2-love on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Let's check in on the goings-on at Louis Armstrong Stadium with Gil Gross. What's going on, Gil?
Well, Sabalenka will probably feel like she just played her best set of the tournament. She hasn't been really in full flight, although she hasn't dropped a set. She played a 7-5 first set against Macerova in the first round, a tiebreaker in the first set against Paulina Kudermetova in the second round, and against Fernandez, it was a pretty tight 6-3, 7-6 scoreline, but she pulled away from Kristina Buksha, who's in her first major fourth round in her career. It was 6-1 to Sabalenka in the opening set, but I will tell you guys that we did have a pigeon delay, okay? A pigeon delay. Now, those of you who have never been to New York, you know it's one of the most densely populated areas in the world, and the pigeons become very used to humans, so they are not afraid of people. And apparently, a pigeon and their fearlessness, well, they waltzed into Louis Armstrong Stadium. They were flying around the lower bowl, disoriented, didn't know how to get out, and it actually stopped play. The fans were afraid. The players were impatient. Eventually, the pigeon found its way out towards the Pat LaFrieda Meat Company stand in the lower bowl corridor. And on we go with Sabalenka having won the first set 6-1. New York Pigeons, ladies and gentlemen.
Pat LaFrieda does have some delicious meats at the stand, so I don't blame the pigeons at all. And nobody tell the pigeons that Novak Djokovic had an open container of watermelon that he was eating on the changeover on Arthur Ashe Stadium, because they might enjoy that as well. A refreshing treat, if you will, on a Sunday night. Back into Arthur Ashe Stadium, Gil Gross, thank you so much for the update.
Cross from Gil Gross in his career. Wasn't it, Russ?
It was amazing.
I can report no pigeons inside Ashe, guys.
Jan-Lennard Struff at love 3, 15-love. Pigeons are so synonymous with New York City that the soccer team, the Major League Soccer team, MLS New York City FC, which, by the way, building a brand new stadium right next door to the National Tennis Center. Right now they're playing their games at Yankee Stadium. Their nickname is the Pigeons because of New York.
And Struffy is trying to fight an 0-8 record. If he doesn't, then I think Novak could kind of refer to Struffy as his pigeon if he doesn't get a set here.
Oh, Machac.
Sorry, that was uncalled for.
Full circle, loves it.
Well, I was the Woody's pigeon, so I mean, you know, I'm not one to talk.
40-love for Struff, by the way. Some good news, finally, for Jan-Lennard Struff, although he slices a backhand long trying to get on the board here in set number 3. All joking aside, though, what an event it's been for Jan-Lennard Struff. He's had a rough year. He's dealt with injuries throughout his career, sort of that have knocked him out for a few months at a time, and he constantly has to sort of come back. But we know he's got the talent to play with the big boys, but getting through qualifying and even getting to the round of 16 is quite an accomplishment. That serve into the backhand of Novak Djokovic, and the reply from Struff is wide. So it was 40-love, now it's 40-30.
Yeah, no, Struffy has had a fantastic tournament, beating Rune and Tiafoe. I mean, qualifying. It's just been what a resurgence at 35 years old to whatever happens tonight, he can really hold his head up high. He's done remarkably well here at the US Open.
40-30. Jan-Lennard Struff into the backhand of Djokovic. Now behind Joker, Struff moves forward, knocks off a volley, and Jan-Lennard Struff is on the board. It's 1-3 in the third. Novak Djokovic still up 2 sets in a break. He'll serve it 3 games to 1.
Nice deft little volley there from Struff. It was obviously the approach shot did most of the damage, but just lovely racket face control there. No backswing required. Just a little acceleration of the racket face on impact.
Struff, some very positive, very positive physical motions now from Struff. Some fist pumps. He's trying to get himself pumped up. Nothing over the top, but he also doesn't look like he's defeated in any way mentally. Djokovic, big first serve out wide, and even better return down the line from the big German, and it's love 15.
Incredible stretch return. Novak's serve was only a few inches inside the sideline, but Struff reached out and at full stretch just caught it perfectly down the line.
Body language is what I was trying to say. His body language is very positive.
Counts for a lot in tennis, it really does.
All right, love 15 on the Djokovic serve. Tried to go down the tee, just missed the mark. Just wide of that tee. So second serve coming. Novak Djokovic going into the extended ball toss there, love 15. Second serve into the body of Struff, backhand to backhand. He goes slice from Struff deep into the backhand corner that Djokovic takes with the forehand. Now Novak slice backhand again, cross court to the backhand. Now Novak again slicing back to Struff. He's got a forehand, goes inside in for a clean winner. Novak Djokovic was 3 feet behind the baseline off a ball that had very little speed and just whacked it for a winner. Incredible.
That's a little jaw-dropping shot from mine. I mean, he had to absolutely thread that and nuke it at the same time. Just an extraordinary ball striker, Novak Djokovic. Wow.
Just when you think you're in a rally, a safe ball that you hit deep, and Novak just steps back and does that. Incredible.
Just missing his wide serve to the deuce again. He's just been dropping the head a little bit on that serve in particular the last few games. He's gone for that serve a few times and left it in the net on each occasion.
Second serve at 15, all into the forehand of Struff, who takes it inside the baseline, but puts it into the net.
Novak is unafraid to challenge right-handed opponents' forehand returns on second serve. It's really, he has so much confidence in his second serve, going fast and with spin, slice spin to the right-handed forehand. It's a real hallmark of his second serve.
All right, first serve out wide from Novak Djokovic. The return sails long from Struff, and it's 40-15.
No, if you saw that, Nick, but he did a Mike Bryan imitation there. Did you see what he did?
Oh, in what sense? Sorry.
He pretended to volley the ball.
Yeah, I did.
Sailing 20 feet long, but he held up his racket as if he was going to volley it. Mike was the king of that, which used to rankle opponents from time to time.
Safe to say, Mako, with that, he's feeling so confident and relaxed, Djokovic.
40-15 now. Novak Djokovic serving for a 4-1 lead in the third. Big first serve down the tee, big backhand down the line, and now a forehand into the open court. Novak Djokovic had Jan-Lennard Struff on a string, and he's got Jan-Lennard Struff by the scruff of his neck here on Arthur Ashe Stadium, up 2 sets and 4-1 in the third. And we'll be right back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Novak Djokovic is having his way with Jan-Lennard Struff right now in Arthur Ashe Stadium, up 2-0. Struff serving at 1-4 in the third set of this round of 16 matchup between the four-time U.S. Open champ Novak Djokovic and 35-year-old German qualifier Jan-Lennard Struff. First point of this, the sixth game. Struff coming in off the forehand into the backhand of Djokovic, who had it lined up, but fires that passing shot just a little bit wide, and it's 15-love.
It's so surprising when Novak misses a shot tonight. He has just been in such a beautiful balance all night, so precise with his shots. It's just been a flawless display.
First serve into the forehand of Djokovic, and Struff has Novak on the run, who moves forward. Novak has a look at another backhand, goes for the topspin lob. Struff is there. He tried for a backhand dropper, and he put it in the top of the net.
Do you know, I have rarely seen Novak hit his topspin backhand flip lob much better than he has tonight.
Oh, it's been gorgeous.
It's been gorgeous, hasn't it? And
Rainbow.
for future opponents, they better be on the lookout. If you come in on Novak's backhand, you've got to cover everything, though, don't you? He can thread you down the line just as easily.
Big first serve down the tee. Now Struff moving forward again, and this time Novak finds the pass with the forehand down the line. It's 15-30.
You know who's watching this right now in the player lounge with worry on their faces is the Taylor Fritz camp. Michael Russell and team. Taylor awaits the winner of this. 0-10 is Fritz against Djokovic.
Yes, I don't think, Mike, you'll be advising Taylor to come in like 50 times to Novak's backhand. I don't think that'll be a chief part of his strategical
15-30. Struff makes the first serve, and there finds the open court with the backhand down the line. And it's 30-all.
Of course, when Taylor comes in, it's on his terms. He's gotten better and better at recognizing when he's hit a really high-quality shot and he's got his opponent on the run and can only slice. And he's gotten pretty darn serviceable at ending points at the net in those situations.
Struff serving out wide again. Made another first serve. He's made a lot of first serves in this game, Jan-Lennard Struff. Into the rally. Here comes Struff moving forward. This time Novak throws up a high defensive lob that will sail wide, and it's 40-15.
You guys see that?
No, tell us what happened.
Yeah, what happened there?
Well,
Nick?
Struff just took that out ball and hit it into the upper deck. I think that was some of his frustration coming out kind of at a weird moment there, but it bounced off the second section here.
And no warning at all.
No. I mean, to me, that was just the compounded frustration let out.
So second serve at 40-30, and Novak Djokovic steps around the kick serve and cracks a forehand winner inside in down the line, and it's deuce.
He just swayed to his left like Keanu Reeves in the Matrix there, just dodging bullets.
It was incredible because he started to take his backswing with two hands as if it was a backhand, changed mid-stride, and goes into the open court. So it's deuce. Struff comes in and puts away a forehand volley. Well done from Jan-Lennard Struff.
How about the open stance backhand pass, though, from Novak?
I think he slid about 10 feet.
That man is elastic, I swear.
Almost ran into Feliciano Lopez on the opposite photo pit there. Djokovic gave Feli a little racket tap on the chest.
Oh, nice. All right, add in for Struff. Second serve and a backhand return long from Novak Djokovic. And a nice cheer from the crowd at Arthur Ashe Stadium, who would like to see some more out of both of these guys. The level has been consistently high throughout this match.
It's been an incredible match. I mean, Novak's playing well. I think Struff, he could pluck Feliciano Lopez out of the stands, put him at the net and use him as a doubles partner, and he would still struggle to hold serve. That's how good Novak's been.
Kind of like last night when Novak Djokovic had the issue with his back and then got worked on and seemed totally fine from there on out. Novak has had his sort of neck worked on and then his forearm worked on, but he seems no worse for wear now. And he is looking to put some more distance between himself and Jan-Lennard Struff. Second serve on the first point here at 4-2 in the third. Novak from the middle of the court with a deep forehand to the Struff backhand. Now they're slicing back and Struff sneaking in. Novak's got to look at a backhand pass. Struff had to guess. Novak goes cross court for the winner, and it's 15-love.
Just there was a moment there where Novak thought he had missed his first shot again. That's happened twice tonight, where he's been a little concerned that his ball was going deep and he almost stopped play, but then recovered to win the point.
Novak Djokovic, 15 love, first serve into the body of Struff. Now, forehand from the middle of the court is unreturnable from Novak Djokovic, serve +1.
And his use of the body serve tonight, I mean, it's definitely been, I think, a dozen times he's deliberately targeted the body. And Struff, being a bigger man that likes to play closer into the baseline, I mean, that's just great strategy to break out the body serve against the type of opponent that it's effective against.
Djokovic, big serve out wide for 40 love, his 11th ace of the match. And now he's got points for 5-2 in the third.
I know that because John Isner didn't serve much into the body. He was like, if I hit my spot, I'm going to ace you either way. But David Ferrer and Struff were two of the opponents we used to break out the body serve against, but because they like to play in close.
And another ace from Novak Djokovic. That's 12, and it's a 5-2 lead for the number 7 seed here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. We're not taking a break. We're going over to Louis Armstrong for an update from Gil Gross.
Aryna Sabalenka just went up the break in the second. She took the first 6-1, now up 3-2 in this second frame. And the last couple points was a perfect example of why Aryna Sabalenka is the best player in the world. At 30-all, Buksha hits a wide serve, a slice out wide. That wasn't a bad serve by any means, but Sabalenka at end range on her forehand just drilled it cross-court short angle for a return winner. So you kind of throw up your arms if you're Buksha. Couldn't have done anything about that on a first serve. Next point, she hits another great first serve, even better in fact. Sabalenka stretched out, block return deep in the court to neutralize, hits a big backhand down the line. Buksha loops a cross-court forehand, and Sabalenka hits an absolute nuke forehand down the line from behind the baseline. So it's just one of those things. You look back at it for Buksha. She made 2 great first serves, and Sabalenka hit 2 winners on both of the points to get the break, and now leads 3-2.
Gil, thank you very much. Not unlike what we're seeing on Arthur Ashe Stadium, where the level is high, but the class difference is stark between the two. Novak Djokovic has a level that Jan-Lennard Struff hasn't been able to catch up to, and therefore we got a 2-0 and a 2-5 advantage for Novak Djokovic as Struff serves to stay in this match now.
Yeah, Russ, from what I've seen tonight, Novak is back. Like, he is back in full flight, and I would say he is a clear and present danger to, take on Sinner and Alcaraz potentially. Although Taylor Fritz, wow, you can't look past that man. He is such a stud right now. That's just going to be potentially just a crackerjack match.
All right, new balls for Jan-Lennard Struff as he serves to stay in it. First serve into the body of Djokovic. Struff moving forward, but can't handle the low pass from Djokovic. Volleys it wide, and it's love 15.
Such a clever passing shot, guys. He didn't try and go for the winner that time. He just rolled it down at Struff's toes. Glorious shot selection.
Love 15. First serve from Struff. Again, into the backhand of Djokovic. Returned into the forehand of Struff. Now, Struff running to his forehand, lobs it up in the middle of the court. Novak cracks a forehand. Cross court now comes into the net. Struff hits a passing shot at Mach 2 that Djokovic gets back. Now a backhand overhead from Novak Djokovic, and Struff can't handle the reply into the top of the net, and it's love 30. Wow.
And Nick, how high off the ground did Novak get to play that shot?
Oh, that was amazing. And he's getting a standing ovation from a lot of people inside this stadium. I mean, that was pure perfection, that backhand single-handed volley. He's got hops.
So Novak Djokovic now 2 points away from the quarterfinals here at the U.S. Open, trying to become the first man ever to reach the final 8 in all 4 majors in 9 seasons. Think about that, and the first ever, of course, to do it at the age of 38.
The numbers, there's so many numbers. Just blows your mind.
15-30, by the way. Struff, big first serve at love 30. And now a second serve for Novak Djokovic. Here it comes from Struff down the tee. Good big second serve. Here comes Struff moving forward. Djokovic putting up a defensive lob that Struff handles with aplomb from behind his own service line. Not an easy overhead, but a put away, and it's 30-all.
Scissor kick overhead there from Struffy, that was a pretty deep lob. My goodness, great effort from Novak just to make it as difficult an overhead as he did.
First serve at 30-all. Jan-Lennard Struff trying to go down the middle and puts it into the net. So a second serve to Novak Djokovic at 30-all. 2-5. Deep return into the backhand of Struff. Now a slice to the forehand. Struff goes cross-court to the forehand of Djokovic. And Djokovic goes hard into the forehand of Struff, who can't handle it. And a match point now for Novak Djokovic at 30-40.
Thank you.
Jan-Lennard Struff facing match point at 30-40. First serve down to the forehand of Djokovic. Reply to the backhand of Struff. Now a slice down the middle of the court that clips the top of the net. Match point save for Jan-Lennard Struff as Djokovic gesticulates wildly about the miss.
What an anticlimax. The crowd rose to their feet. It was deafening in there, and then he misses a routine slice backhand in the bottom of the net.
Some
crowd.
Bad miss, wasn't it?
Yeah, so out of character.
Might have been his worst miss of the night, but on the first serve, Djokovic with a big return that Struff can't handle, and Novak will get a second crack at a match point on the Struff serve.
Just another example of Novak's discipline where he aims on return. That's a good first serve wide to the forehand. Novak picks out the net strap and really commits to it. So it's very hard to get him to miss a return wide.
All right, now Struff has missed a first serve, down match point. Djokovic will get a look at a second serve. Struff has 6 double faults in this match, and that second serve clips the top of the tape and lands in. So he'll get another chance at a second serve, down match point. Match point for Novak Djokovic. Return down the middle to the forehand of Struff. Forehand to backhand of Struff now from Djokovic. Now a backhand to the forehand of Struff, into the forehand of Djokovic. Down the line to the backhand. Now Djokovic steps into a forehand to the forehand of Struff. Djokovic out wide to a forehand that Struff can't handle. And Novak Djokovic is into the quarterfinals of the 2025 U.S. Open with a straight sets win over qualifier Jan-Lennard Struff from Germany.
Some nice moments at the net there. I think Struffy said something to the effect, go win it, mate, or something like that, because Novak gave him a little tap on the heart there as to say thank you very much.
And Novak's going to play that violin one more time after waving to the fans. Little racket clap. Novak will gather himself and his stuff, and we're going to hear from Novak Djokovic shortly in the on-court interview. Novak Djokovic with a straightforward, straight sets win over Jan-Lennard Struff here in Arthur Ashe Stadium to open our night session here on Labor Day weekend, Sunday night of Labor Day weekend at the Billie Jean King USTA National Tennis Center in Queens. Nick, your thoughts on what we saw tonight? Is Novak Djokovic back now?
Oh yeah, back for sure. I mean, I just thought that was a really pristine effort from Djokovic. 30 aces between 18 against Cam Norrie, 12 tonight as Jan-Lennard Struff leaves the court. But the ground game was so locked in. Just no frills in that tennis tonight, Russ, from Novak Djokovic. I am vastly impressed, and I said it a few minutes ago. I think the Taylor Fritz camp, of course, they're going to do their homework for Novak Djokovic, but I think that the worrying sign is that this is an all systems go Novak headed into their quarterfinal.
Yeah, Nick, I think it'll need to be all systems go because Taylor Fritz is so formidable right now, and that is just what a matchup that's going to be. If Novak is back to the peak of his powers, of course you have to favor him with that head-to-head record over Taylor, but Taylor Fritz is continuing to evolve, continuing to improve, not afraid of the big stage by any means, so cannot wait for that
I just think the mental edge that Novak 10-0 against Taylor Fritz, he's in his head, and it's going to take a pretty heroic effort, I think, for Taylor Fritz to be able to overcome Novak for the first time.
Well, Nick, but as Vitas Gerulaitis famously once said, you don't beat Taylor Fritz 11 times in a row.
Here's Sam Querrey on court with Novak Djokovic.
Novak, definitely looked like you enjoyed yourself out here this evening. Do you enjoy these night sessions more now than you did at the beginning of your career?
Yes, probably. Yes, the answer is yes, because I don't know how many more I'm going to have. So obviously each one is very special. And I want to thank you all guys for being present here tonight. Should I say something more? Or?
No, I thought you were maybe going to. Tonight, you won that match in under 2 hours, very efficient. Yeah. As you age, and I don't think you're old, just to be clear, are winning matches quickly and points quickly, is that something that's consciously on your mind as you're getting through a tournament?
Well, it definitely helps if you serve well. I think I had a great serving performance in the last round, and also tonight I just saw the stats. I outserved one of the guys that had most aces during the tournament this year, so that's a great stat. Obviously, that helps make my life easier on the court. I don't need to work as hard or unnecessarily more than I have to, you know, obviously. So I'm trying to use the box with the serve as accurately and as efficiently as possible. You know, I'm not a natural serve and volleyer, so I do that sometimes, but most of my career I was running, I was sliding, I was grinding on the court, so I don't think that's going to change, but at times when I have to be more aggressive and step in, I try to do that. That was the case tonight, so just, of course, pleased with the performance.
And finally, about 10 days ago, you were across the street at Citi Field. You took batting practice. I want to know, what's more difficult, hitting a baseball or winning a match out here in Ash?
I don't know, man. They were really kind to me. They were pitching the slowest ball in the world, you know, so they were making me look good. So then I was connecting on each one of them, and it looked great for the TV, but obviously in reality it's something different. And I've never had a baseball live experience before this year. So I went to the Yankees and the Mets game, and it was amazing to see really and appreciate the skill of these guys. The pitchers, I mean, almost 100 miles an hour. Yeah, I don't want that coming at me without a racket, that's for sure.
Agreed. Another amazing performance tonight into the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Novak Djokovic.
Well, Novak's going to have a racket in his next round, and Taylor Fritz is going to be firing him at well over 100 miles an hour at him. But, man, it's hard to bet against Novak Djokovic the way he's been playing, and his record against Taylor Fritz is 10-0, Mac. How do you see that matchup with the way Taylor's been playing? Because Taylor's been playing some good ball.
I just have so much respect for Taylor. I do not want to discount his chances there. I know the head-to-head record isn't pretty, and what I saw from Novak tonight, I'm just in awe of like how precise he is. Just a master tactician. Let's just say it should be a match of the highest quality.
And Novak is hitting some balls into the stands. And boy, Nick, he's got
Right
this
here,
crowd
Novak.
in the palm of
Right
his
here.
hand, does he not?
Yeah, no, he really does. Great chat, by the way, from Sam Querrey, hitting on some tactical aspects, but also just kind of digging in more to Novak's personality. I thought that was a great interview done by Sam. But guys, I just, the final note for me is he is in imperious form headed into the quarterfinals. Cannot wait for that one against Taylor Fritz. And man, how lucky are we? He's 38. He is the all-time great, and he is still playing some of his, I mean, you could compare this to 2011, 2016, 2021, those points in his career. That's the version of Novak that we saw tonight, and it will be scary to see if he brings that against Taylor Fritz in the quarters.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I know that Taylor will make him work harder for the win. I mean, Struff is a very aggressive player, hit the ball beautifully, but Novak just completely outpointed him. I'm sure Taylor Fritz's team will be looking to make the match as grueling as possible, really try and test if Novak at 38 can still stay with it for 4 or 5 hours, or what's required of him.
Novak Djokovic has reached the semifinals of the 3 previous Grand Slams this year. He is 1 match win away from matching that here at the U.S. Open, and he is already the only 38-year-old ever to reach this round, the quarterfinals, the final 8 at all 4 majors in 1 year, and the first ever at any age to do it in 9 separate seasons. And that is it for our first match on Arthur Ashe Stadium of this night session here on Sunday night of Labor Day weekend. Coming up, Mike Cation and Sophie Amiak will call the women's match between Elena Rybakina and Marketa Vondrousova, a pair of Wimbledon champions going at it on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Mike and Sophie have the call there. Gil Gross, our eyes, ears, and voice at Louis Armstrong Stadium between Aryna Sabalenka, the defending champ, and Cristina Buccia of Spain. Gil.
Russ, Macha, Nick, great job tonight with that first match on Ashe. Djokovic over Struff. And now we're inside Armstrong, where the top seed defending champion Aryna Sabalenka has had this match on her racket throughout against Cristina Buccia of Spain, world number 95 in her first career major 4th round. And right now she serves at 2-4 deuce. And this has been a marathon game where Sabalenka has just been on the precipice on a few occasions of going up 5-2 and earning herself a chance to serve for the match. But right now, it's second serve Buccia at deuce. Big backhand return middle from Sabalenka. Buccia running backhand middle. Sabalenka forehand inside out, lost control and blasted it long by about 4 feet. Another chance for Buccia to close out this game. And the crowd appreciates the effort. Buccia's been more competitive in this second set compared to the first. Toss, serve, net. Buccia blows on her fingers. And the second serve to Sabalenka, who's straddling the baseline. Shoulder high backhand return, cross court, now unloads forehand deep. Buccia absorbs it, short cross court, and Sabalenka running forehand misses. And Aryna looks skyward in disappointment as Cristina Buccia raises the roof. Egging on this Louis Armstrong crowd. Buccia hanging in set number 2, but she is down the break 4-3 against Sabalenka on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is where barrier breakers meet dream chasers.
Oh, no, he didn't! What did he just do? Benny Schultz, you're ridiculous!
This is where tradition meets trending, and every moment, history.
Aryna Sabalenka finally gets her crown in queen. She wins her first U.S. Open title.
The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
And a very pleasant good evening. Welcome to the night shift. Mike Cation and Sophie Amiak here as we get you ready for Elena Rybakina and Marketa Vondrousova. Sophie, great to be with you here tonight on what is an absolutely gorgeous Sunday night.
We keep saying it's gorgeous. It's been gorgeous for the last 3 weeks here in the New York area, and we are so lucky because, we've had a share of heat. In the last years. I've never had this kind of U.S. Open when I was playing. When I've been, since I've been commentating, it's luxurious.
We do have Gil Gross, who's keeping an eye on things on Armstrong.
Yes.
He will give us an update here in a couple of minutes. This matchup that we're about to watch, Rybakina and Vondrousova, is a third meeting for these two women. And it just feels, you know, I'm going to fudge a little bit here, but it just feels like one of those classic big hitters against somebody with a little bit more of that counterpuncher slash finesse slash variety, however you want to phrase it, but just one of those classic matchups that we watch for so many years, and whose style is going to come through today.
Crafty, I would add to that,
Yes,
for
sure.
Vondrousova, and lefty. Let's
Yes.
not forget, because that lefty forehand that puts a ton of topspin and cross court is her best shot. Although she did get the down the line, penetrating the ball a little more from Vondrousova's forehand. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting contrast and hopefully a good one.
Yeah, interesting as well to see them on ash today. And I think, you know, Sabalenka is one that we're obviously thinking would be on ash most of the time, but obviously doing some work over on Armstrong right now. 6-1, 4-3 over Buksha. And Gil is going to give us an update on that one as we move forward. But, you know, listen, Rybakina has been playing some really good tennis over the last month or so once we moved over to the hard courts semifinal in Washington, Montreal, and Cincinnati, losing to the eventual champion in all three of those tournaments. But just incredible consistency through this year. 42 tour wins, which is third most on tour, behind Sabalenka and Swiatek. And only one title mixed in there, as you pointed out to me as we were both doing some prep this afternoon.
And a title that is kind of weird because you would have never expected that she would have the title on clay, really.
Right.
You would think that it's going to be on a hard surface, on grass maybe, but it was in Strasbourg on a tournament that was not, you know, the biggest tournament. I think it came to, it's a 250.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So not big wins, but she has played a ton of matches, 60 total this year. That's a lot of matches. I think it's matching actually the most matches that she's played, I think in 2023 or somewhere along the line. But the results are not exceptional, but they're solid. Let's put it this way.
Yes. Staying inside the top 10 at number 10. Obviously, the coaching situation, we will discuss it as this day progresses, but that has been a lingering factor as well. On the other side, Vondrousova has been battling injuries over the last couple of years. Her ranking at number 60 right now, career high back a couple years ago at number 6. Incredible talent if the body would hold up.
Yeah, she's a force of nature. I mean, we'll talk more about the amount of injuries, and not only injuries, but surgeries.
Yes.
That she's had through her career. She's somebody who is probably underrated because she doesn't really, is not going to blow away a player. She's not going to have this huge power, but she's crafty. She hits one of the best drop shot in the game of tennis. I think tonight would be a good thing to do against Rybakina, to get her forward and move her outside of her comfort zone, which is really smacking balls from the baseline. I think what's going to count is really the serve and return serves, and especially how is Vondrousova going to be able to return the serve for Rybakina. It hasn't been the greatest in this tournament. She had 7 aces, 2 double faults in the first round for Rybakina, 4 aces, 2 double fault, and 3 aces, 2 double fault. So not overpowering on the serve, maybe the balls, maybe the conditions, because the ball is not flying as fast, and tonight it's not going to fly as fast. For Vondrousova, it's also going to be the serve in a way, because on her side she has had a very, very big amount of double faults. 12 double faults. Yeah,
total.
12 in the first, 9 in the second, and 4. So yeah, I think that adds up to about 25.
Yes, and that is the most. Listen, we've been talking so much about Coco Gauff
Yeah.
and her double faults.
It's like
this is the tournament
as-
leader in double faults right here.
You know, as Zina Garrison said many times, leave my Coco alone. And that is a good point, and the last match of Coco was so much better, and she started to feel so much better about everything in her game. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see that Vondrousova match. Still, we've set on 5-3 now on Sabalanka against Buksha.
Yeah, so Gil's going to give us an update that one in just a couple minutes. And to your point about somebody, with Vondrousova, we don't talk nearly enough about. I mean, think about it: 2-time Grand Slam champion plus another final, and just is almost an afterthought.
Yeah, nobody
and that's
knows.
wild.
Well,
tennis.
When you look at how they like to promote, the big name and the Osaka, when Osaka was top of her game, Coco Gauff now is probably the biggest star known in tennis. Sabalenka, of course, because the personality helps and being #1 in the world. But you don't hear, even Rybakina, who herself also, won a major and was in the final of an hour. So those players are at the top of the game and very interesting to watch play. Obviously, Vondrousova dropped in the ranking because of a lot of the injuries. We'll talk about that at the beginning of the year. So she's now number 60, but a former top player, and Rybakina now, I think, number 10 in the world.
Yeah.
So she's trying to get back into that top 10 where she deserves to be with her tennis, definitely. Both of them, really.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Right now, Sabalenka 5-3 in the second. Buksha is serving at 40-15, so it looks like it'll be up to Sabalenka to close it out on her serve.
And
what
it is.
Been a relatively routine score line at the very least.
Yeah, I think Sabalenka is, slowly and surely, but she needs to close it out here. She doesn't want to be pushed into a tough second set. She actually did better than in her previous matches. Started the match really well with a 6-1. I think it was a 7-5, 7-6 in all the first sets of her past matches here. Started a little bit slower, so good start, and hopefully she can close it out here, and we can get a little bit more info of how that match was with Gil Gross, who is courtside of it.
And indeed, if Sabalenka does come through, she will be the woman who faces the winner of this one in the quarterfinals in a couple of days. In case you missed it earlier today, winners on the women's side: Jess Pegula, 1-2 over Lee. Krejcikova fighting off those 8 match points in a second set tiebreak 15-13 win, and then took the third set 6-3 from Taylor Townsend. An absolutely heartbreaking loss for Taylor Townsend, but give Krejcikova a ton of credit for coming through. Let's hear from Vondrousova first.
Due to injury, how good does it feel to be back healthy and getting a chance to play on Arthur Ashe Stadium?
I mean, it's amazing. I had the surgery last year, so yeah, for me it's a great feeling, and I'm really happy to be back.
And you haven't played Elena in just a few years, so do you think anything has changed tactically, or what are we expecting tonight?
I think she's an amazing player, a tough one. So yeah, I expect a tough match, and I'll try to find my game and enjoy the match.
Well, good luck out there.
Thank you so much.
James Blake now waits for Elena Rybakina as she makes her way out from the locker room.
Hi, Elena. Elena, this has already been your best U.S. Open ever. What's been the difference this year?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty happy that finally I could fix my Grand Slam result, and I think this year I didn't start as well as previous years, and throughout the tournaments I just was finding my game, and this is where it came, and hopefully I can continue.
And you two haven't played in a few years. What do you expect out of Marketa tonight?
Yeah, she's a very tough opponent, very talented, so I will try to do my best, go for the shots, stay aggressive, so yeah, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, good luck, Elena.
All right, time for these two women to be introduced onto Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Please welcome the players for our next match. From Czechia, Marketa Vondrousova. From Kazakhstan, Elena Rybakina.
Woo!
Smoke show indeed right now as these two have now hit the court. And let's move quickly to Armstrong. Gil Gross giving us an update at its match point for Aryna Sabalenka.
It is at 40-15. One already saved by Kristina Buksha on 40 love. And it's Sabalenka right now, far baseline. Serve, out wide and long. Sabalenka, the defending champion, who's had so much success at the U.S. Open, really several years in a row now. Second serve, T. Buksha, backhand return is long, trying to go inside out. It's a muted celebration from Aryna Sabalenka, who's now made the quarterfinals at each of the last 12 majors she has played. She'll face the winner of Rybakina and Vondrousova in the next round. blowing kisses to this Louis Armstrong crowd. Good performance by Aryna Sabalenka.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gil. Yeah, it just, Gil hit on it exactly. It just felt very just muted from her in terms of just wanting to kind of appreciate it for what it was and move on to the next.
Yeah, I think she felt so comfortable coming in this match. In her mind, there was absolutely no chances that she was going to lose this match.
All right, Gil, just walk us through what that means in terms of the rankings here moving forward out of this tournament as well.
Well, with that win, it doesn't matter what Iga Swiatek does at this U.S. Open. She can win it. Sabalenka can lose her next match. Aryna will stay world #1. So for those who keep close track of that, I'm not sure how closely Sabalenka follows that. I actually think it's more Iga who sees the rankings as very much an indication of how well she's doing. And for Sabalenka right now, it's been 53 weeks in her career she spent at #1, so a little over a year. Swiatek has spent 125 weeks at #1, but it will be Sabalenka coming out of this U.S. Open in that top spot no matter what.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. You've earned a good night of rest after working late into the night last night. Really cool moment as well for Buksha. She hugged all of her team, and now she's walking off the court and high-fiving everybody in that stadium. And just a good reminder that for players who are a little bit on the lower rank side, these moments mean everything. And just really good to see her appreciating it for what it is here tonight. So I really appreciate when a player does that. Let's get you through the X's and O's of this particular matchup that we're about to watch on Arthur Ashe Stadium, which is the last singles match of the night. There is still a doubles match underway on court 11, a third set tiebreak over there. But in terms of what you expect, you know, you as we mentioned just a few minutes ago, Rybakina a little bit more on the aggressive side. She's going to be the one dictating a lot of the action. But Vondrousova just does so much that is a little bit unorthodox, a little bit more of those, you know, game style changes, the drop shots, as you mentioned. She has that finesse. She has the ability to throw in some lobs when Rybakina does move forward. I mean, there's so many different things that she can do well. What's going to be the one that disrupts Rybakina the most?
3 minutes. Well, one, she's going to have to really put a lot of returns in and really watch and try to protect her serve. But I think that the usage of the slice backhand would help too, especially to the forehand, I think, of Rybakina, because it really sits really low and the ankle, you know, height is not really comfortable to hit. And then hopefully she can be also aggressive with her own backhand down the line with the two-hander, which she has also. It's all going to be about to find out, you know, the serve first from Rybakina, then the return and vice versa. But mainly, is she going to be able to create and move the rhythm around Vondrousova on the Rybakina's, you know, potential to overplay and outplay her with her power?
Yeah, but because that's such an interest. You know, I was just kind of going through some of the stats for Rybakina in particular. Obviously, it's about
the serve is ridiculous.
Right, it's 35 to 40% of point or serves are unreturned for her, which is an absurd number to be over a third of the points, you know, not coming back. She doesn't really have that glaring weakness necessarily, Sophie. Like everything is at least average or above. Normally, when you have somebody with that big weapon like she does, you have some glaring deficiency.
Sure.
There's not a glaring deficiency for her.
Well, the one deficiency is she's never been that far in this tournament.
It's a valid point.
Which is amazing when you think about her career and the level of play that she has shown before. So yeah, she's further than she's ever been, and she's trying to even push it further. I think a win against Raducanu, who has been playing some pretty decent tennis in really 2 straight sets. It was a sanction.
1 and 2, yeah.
That was a message right there. So yeah, she has a little bit of a strap or something on her leg, on her left knee.
Yeah, outside of the left knee, it looks like in particular.
For, you know, we're talking about Rybakina, and of course the shoulder is probably going to be strapped for Vondrousova, who has had herself her share as we. No, it's not strapped. Or is it strapped? No, not strapped.
No, completely clean, which is a very good sign. Yeah, let's talk about these injuries. There have been so many of them. She had to miss the Australian Open this year due to a thigh issue. She also had surgery last year on that left shoulder, then had to miss a good chunk of time, about 2.5 months this year, due to lingering pain in that left shoulder. You know, it's pretty remarkable. She's also had wrist surgery
That was
twice.
early,
Yeah,
yeah.
earlier in her career. I mean, there's a lot going on there in that body. And when she's healthy, obviously that top level is definitely there. It's just that matter of can she stay healthy for a sustained period of time, right?
Well, apparently not, because this
Yeah.
has been going on since, you know, very early in her career. But you're right. It's that line. You know, we talk about the Madison Keys of the game. It's the same thing, very similar. We talk about Kalinskaya, who played last night, who had so many opportunities and completely lost it mentally, who had so many injuries. And those players are calibrated players. They are good. They're striking the ball well. They understand the game. They construct the game. And then yet again, with the amount of injuries, they're still part of the top players.
Yeah.
That's where I'm very impressed.
They can be extremely dangerous as well, as Jasmine Paolini found out in the last
Yep.
round. 6-1 winner for Vondrousova. Rybakina is going to be serving from the near side, an all-white kit for her. Serve, good. Lob return. Rybakina with a forehand goes inside in. Lob from Vondrousova will miss wide. It's 15-love. As we mentioned, the world number 10 right now. Career high was number 3, June of 2023, 26 years of age, 7th appearance, and her first ever 4th round here, looking for her 7th Grand Slam quarter final. Toss goes up, serve T, return through the middle. Rybakina forehand inside out to a Vondrousova forehand cross. Rybakina backhand cross. Vondrousova forehand cross. Rybakina backhand up the line through the middle. Vondrousova backhand cross lands good. Rybakina digs it out. Vondrousova backhand up the line is good. She grabs a backhand winner, and it is 15-all.
There is that backhand when she takes it so early, right after the bounce. And that backhand first cross-court that she hit was so deep. Then the short reply from the forehand of Rybakina, and of course stepping into it with a lefty backhand down the line, winner.
15-all. Serve out wide is long. Yeah, that is actually a pretty heavily strapped left knee, isn't it? Now that we're getting a full look at it. Second serve for Rybakina. Serve is well long. It is a double fault for her, and quickly in a hole at 15-30.
Well, and if she has that on her left leg, now I got to serve. Yep, that's where she's going to push off of it to reach up for that serve, with no doubt. So it's not fun.
Yeah, and she's been serving in the 55 to 60% range is where her average is in terms of serve percentage. Obviously, the effectiveness is another component that adds in. We'll keep an eye on those numbers here today. Serve T good. Short return goes forehand cross. Vondrousova digs it up the line to a Rybakina backhand cross. Vondrousova chips it back. Forehand for Rybakina clearly into the deuce corner for a forehand winner, and it's 30-all.
She's dealing well with those retrieval skills of Vondrousova, just chipping the retrieval, and the ball doesn't really go anywhere. So you have to really do a lot of work if you're Rybakina to make sure that there's enough topspin in the ball when you attack it, because it has no pace in it.
Serve is going to be a let here.
Much easier to have pace in the ball coming to your racket, I tell you, because you can just counter it and, you know, create enough pace with just a little bit of counter punching the ball.
Into the tee and net.
You haven't talked yet about all the tattoos that Vondrousova has on her left and right arm.
Serve is good. Vondrousova through the middle. Rybakina forehand up the line, running forehand Vondrousova. Rybakina backhand cross to a Vondrousova forehand cross. Back and forth through the middle we go. Rybakina backhand cross. Vondrousova goes looper forehand to a Rybakina backhand. Vondrousova forehand up the line. Chip shot back from Rybakina. Vondrousova in. Lob from Rybakina. Overhead Vondrousova. Good. Right up the line. And it's going to be a break chance in the opener for Marketa Vondrousova.
I like the fact that she is herself trying to really attack, and her depth really is what's been working, the acceleration of the forehand down the line, which she used to not have because she's hitting the ball from the outside of the ball with the lefty forehand. And that means it's more of a windshield wiper movement, but she created a lot more penetration through the years with that forehand and able to now crack an egg, like Billie Jean King would say, down the line. That means go through the ball instead of around it on the outside of the ball.
Second serve is upcoming for Rybakina. Serve good. Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina forehand misses long. So a quick break for Vondrousova. with a smile on her face as she goes to the chair at 1-love.
On something on the stats that doesn't happen very often is Rybakina being broken, because she's, I think, the top player as far as saving break points. Also on those stats, she's the #1 player as far as aces are concerned. She's now at 373, including those 14 aces that she had in this tournament. She started with 359, so that's right there a big achievement to start with for Vondrousova.
And now she steps to the near side of the court, a white top, orange, I believe we call that a skort. She waits for Rybakina to get into her return position. Vondrousova serving here at 1-love. Serve is good to a Rybakina backhand. Vondrousova not having to dig that out as that backhand missed just long. As we mentioned, Vondrousova 60 in the world, 26 years of age, from Czechia, 12-5 here, quarterfinalist back in 2023, 17-8 on the season. Serve good. Tee, it's an ace for 30-love. Looking for her 5th career Grand Slam quarterfinal. And this is the first time she's been in the 4th round of Grand Slam since Roland Garros 2024. Obviously, the injuries having a drastic impact on that. Serve tee just wide. Early in this one, already with a break, 1-love, 5 minutes in. Second serve for Vondrousova, good. Rybakina backhand inside out to a Vondrousova backhand. Rybakina forehand inside in is into the net, and game points for Vondrousova.
What a start from Vondrousova. We saw a retirement from the tour from Petra Kvitova from the Czech Republic in this US Open. But we still have so many Czechies playing.
That's a lot of depth.
Yeah.
Second serve good. Rybakina big forehand chipped back by Vondrousova off the forehand side. Rybakina backhand up the line clean as a whistle. Her first backhand winner, 40-15.
And also Vondrousova's speed and, to recover some of those balls and those attacks is very underrated.
Agreed.
She's somebody who moves so well.
Game point still for Vondrousova. Serve out wide is another ace. Who's the leader in aces on tour? I think I might have gotten confused. Vondrousova got 2 of them already.
Yep.
More importantly, she's leading 2-love.
Well, she didn't serve. I mean, she did have 4 aces in her first and the second match, and then 6 in the last one, but the double faults in the first 2 rounds were horrifying. 12 double faults in the first one, 9 in the second, but it's going down. 4 double faults in the last one, so she's improving.
We like improvement here. Love 2, serve good, chip return lane short. Rybakina forehand inside out, no response. Clean winner once again for 15-love.
And I said at the beginning of this broadcast, if she's able, Vondrousova, to protect her serve, that's all she's got to do right now to win this set, by the fact that she broke in the first game of this match.
Serve tee. Vondrousova backhand to a Rybakina forehand into the deuce corner, dug out by Vondrousova, who now will get a backhand goes cross. Rybakina forehand cross. Vondrousova backhand cross. Rybakina rips a forehand up the line. I want to mention here, as I was just kind of looking at it through that point as well, Rybakina, it's not just the knee. I mean, it's all the way down the calf, that strapping. I mean, it is, we've got, important. Certainly there's some tendonitis in the knee. A lot of players are dealing with that from time to time, but it's also taping down the back of the calf.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you want to see at this junction, especially it's still early in the tournament.
Rybakina forehand pushed up the line after a cross-court return from Vondrousova, 30-15 now.
And we haven't seen one slice backhand from Vondrousova yet. I think she needs to use that to the forehand, especially if, Rybakina is able to strike with that forehand down the line, because that's right about the level of her hips when she's making contact. That's easy for her.
30-15 serve. Rybakina out wide is her first ace of the night. And to your point as well, Sophie, I mean, Rybakina, despite being down a break, does have 3 forehand winners already. So you're exactly right. It's right at the contact point that she is looking for. She has gained points here to get on the scoreboard. Does Elena Rybakina at 40-15. Serve tee is netted. Vondrousova likes to return on the second so far, right on top of the baseline. Second serve for Rybakina. Good. Vondrousova forehand on the baseline and good. She now has a forehand, goes inside in. Rybakina backhand middle. Misses long.
Pretty good depth.
It
from
is.
the racket of Vondrousova. She's dealing well with the second serve, attacking down the middle, putting a lot of pressure on the Rybakina to get around the ball, pick quickly if she wants to hit a backhand or forehand.
And also try to find angles that aren't
True.
necessarily there.
Right.
40-30, serve out wide. Return is into the net. So Rybakina does get on the scoreboard, but damage has been done already. Vondrousova with an early break lead, 2-1, here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Tonight. It's Mike Cation. That's Sophie Amiak right over there. She's French. You have to turn on your microphone.
Yeah, you're American?
As far as I know. Vondrousova.
I'm actually both.
Dual citizenship.
Oui.
What a luxury that is right now.
That
Serve
well.
up the tee. Return into the net.
Okay, let's talk about all the tattoos of Marketa.
Okay.
Vondrousova. Come on.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I know of some, but I don't know of many. I mean, I know there's one that says no rain, no flowers.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you have all of them.
No, I do not.
Okay, so that's on her tricep. And the right tricep says no rain, no flower, which, you know, represents the idea that difficult times, like dark days, precede better ones, reflecting our own experiences with injuries, which makes sense and is appropriate, with an overhead completely missed from Rybakina, and it's 30 love, Vondrousova. And then the other one is, of course, when she won Wimbledon, the W right there.
Right.
That's about all I have.
There are a lot of lines and different designs that, again, I don't exactly necessarily know what they represent to her, but it's very clear there's a lot of artistry involved in it.
Yep.
We're in the midst of a backhand trade right now to a forehand Vondrousova. Rybakina backhand up the line. Vondrousova backhand middle is into the net for 30-15. But yeah, I do appreciate the artistry. It's not just
different.
Yeah, it's not just different designs with specific words or an actual image. There's thought into it. It's a complete picture, tattoos, as opposed to just individual items, which I do appreciate. 30-15, serve out wide is long. Do you have a tattoo? I don't even know.
No.
I have one.
I am not that excited about tattoos.
Really?
Yeah, I look at people grow old with tattoos, and it's not looking very good.
It's a double fault for Vondrousova is her first. I'm going to just leave that alone and let that sit there. I will tell you this. I have a cousin who's a tattoo artist.
Yeah.
And there is not more than a 1 square inch part of his body that
doesn't have
a
one.
Yeah,
well, you know, when you love something, you love something. It's all good.
He also is an artist. Serve T is long. I'll show you some pictures, and I've got some stories. Boy, do I have some stories. He's got a Care Bear right above his heart.
Okay.
Second serve, Vondrousova is good. Rybakina backhand up the line. Vondrousova forehand back up the line, misses long, and it's going to be a break chance for Rybakina, 30-40.
All of a sudden, there was 0 and 4 stares until we got to this stage for Vondrousova, and she had 3 here. So, hint the break point.
Indeed. 30-40. At 2-1, serve, T, good. Rybakina forehand to a Vondrousova, rolled forehand that will miss long, and just like that, from 30 love to a break in the snap of your fingers there.
Yeah, she didn't protect that serve very well, that's for sure.
And that return, big pace to a big target, drawing an error. It counted as a forced error in that situation. And we are level at 2-all. And short points there as well, Sophie.
Yeah, I don't think, well, actually, Vondrousova, if she's, you know, more consistent, we could have longer points. But.
Rybakina serve through the body. She's going to get a forehand. She goes cross. Vondrousova slices that one back, but it's a lobby slice. Forehand from Rybakina. She's in behind it. There's a clean pass from Vondrousova on that forehand side for love 15.
Well, she's smiling because, you know, if you're going to come in to a lefty forehand down the line, so from your forehand, which is a righty down the line, which is what Rybakina did, you have to cover the line. She was right in the middle of the court, about service line area. That is not going to be sufficient. First, you have to sprint there. You got to get there faster. Second, you got to cover the line, give her the cross court.
Serve up the tee, lob return short, swinging volley good from Rybakina, and that's a little bit better in terms of the movement forward.
Yeah, and
Urgency.
just so you know, the reason I'm saying cover the line is because the line is always going to be, because it's straight. When you're at the net, the faster shot hit by your opponent as a passing shot. The cross court, you have more time to cut that angle at the net.
2-all, 15-all, near side, setting up a little bit wider, goes slider wide, misses wide. It's kind of halfway in between the sideline and that center hash for that first serve. Second serve now, a little bit closer to the center hash. It's good. Vondrousova has to just lob it back short. Rybakina up to it. Puts that away, inside out, into the ad corner. A couple of net points here for Rybakina. 3 of them, in fact, in this game. It's 30-15.
That's such a great second serve. Right at the body of Vondrousova, who just was handcuffed and had to just put a racket about level over her head to not get hit.
Just have to protect your neck sometimes.
Yes, you do.
30-15, serve into the net. Second serve, Rybakina, good. Vondrousova backhand to a Rybakina backhand middle. Vondrousova slicing that through the middle. Rybakina forehand in behind it. Listen, that was a slice that you've been looking for, and Rybakina did really well to get low and stroke that into the deuce corner for another winner.
I agree, but it was too short. Definitely too short. And this is only the second point that she wins off of her second serve, Rybakina, out of 8 second serves so far. So good for her.
Serve.
6, sorry. Is it 8? 6. 2 out of 6.
Second serve is coming. That was forehand body. Now the second serve for Rybakina is good to a backhand Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand cross, Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina gets low for a backhand. Vondrousova forehand to a Rybakina backhand cross. Vondrousova forehand middle. And Rybakina backhand up the line, running slice backhand Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand cross, slice back once again up the line to a backhand for Rybakina that she yanks wide into the doubles alley. Now 40-30.
Well, she's asking the question. Even though those retrieval skills and the shots are just landing in the middle of the court, you still have to make the shot. And after 4 or 5 retrieval shots, Rybakina finally cracks. Doesn't happen often.
On the positive side right now, 8 winners, 7 unforced errors for Rybakina, who serves out wide and misses wide. This is pretty much average for her, right around 57% so far in terms of serve percentage. Second serve for Rybakina. He's good to a backhand Vondrousova middle. Rybakina forehand cross, dug out by Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand back into the deuce corner lob. Vondrousova, Rybakina up to it, lets it bounce, puts it away into the deuce corner. No problems. We're on serve. It's 3-2. We are midway through the first. Let's just talk a little bit here during this changeover, the coaching situation for Elena Rybakina. Stefano Vukov, who was suspended earlier this year for breaching the WTA code of conduct. It was lifted after a hearing in front of an independent tribunal about a month or so ago. David Sanguinetti had been in the box for her. Vukov obviously was still very much involved in the coaching side, but listen, you and I might have some opinions on that whole process. However, the point being for Rybakina is that she didn't have a lot of things settled within her coach's box and in terms of clarity on courts. And I think, listen, we talked about it, 44-16 so far this year. but maybe not in some of those biggest moments. There was not a lot of trust and faith because her coach's box was not full.
Yeah, and she also was dealing with a lot of gastrointestinal problems.
And insomnia as well.
Yeah, and so you know that, whenever you are not happy out and off the court, it's very difficult, or they are, dramas, which to me was a big drama and a very difficult time. You cannot perform as an athlete to the performance that you used to perform. It's in your mind, and I think that played a big role. I think that, from what I heard in the box, I think Vukov is a lot lighter than he used to be, because he used to be very on edge, to say the least, and so I think that this is going better. But again, you would only know what's going on really if you're in that circle.
Correct.
But in all, there's no fire without a match. And
that's right.
If that things happened and some players were interviewed and et cetera, that means there was some problem.
Yep.
Hopefully it's resolved and she can now, be able to play tennis really and focus on that.
I think that's the biggest thing is, without getting into all of it here, I think a lot of us just want to make sure she is at peace, is happy and safe. And that is certainly the biggest point for us. She misses a forehand return into the bottom of the net. Really nice backhand pass from Vondrousova on the first point of this game, with Rybakina once again drawn forward by Vondrousova. 2-3, 30 love.
Yeah, we're back to 30 love. That's last time she was serving. Same thing happened, and she lost 4 points in a row.
From the near side, serve out wide, just long. 20 minutes in, couple of breaks already, one apiece. 30 love, second serve for Vondrousova, which is good to a Rybakina backhand middle. Vondrousova slices that, good depth. The Rybakina forehand is into the net. That's what you were looking for with that depth on the slice.
That's different, because now you have to come back forward into that play and put a lot more topspin from low to high, which she doesn't hit with that big of a margin. We know Rybakina likes to hit a flatter ball.
Game points, serve out wide. Rybakina back in middle. Vondrousova digs that out, lands good. Rybakina throws up a half-hearted lob that will miss out wide. It is a hold to love to right the ship there for Vondrousova to get us level at 3 games apiece.
That was a perfect game from Vondrousova, to say the least, not only on the serve, but also how she was able to redirect, find the depth, use the slice, push Rybakina, and pass Rybakina on that first point.
I'm just looking at some of the other tattoos. We have 2 dice. We have a tulip.
Nice.
Serve for Rybakina, far side, T, net.
Definitely looks like, an artwork.
I fully agree with you.
It's very, very different.
Yes.
Sometimes feel like a little bit of children's scribble also. But there's, that's what I love about tattoo. It just shows the life and what those players and people are going through. So
my daughter's actually designing one for me.
Oh,
right
good.
Now. Yeah, second serve, good. Return through the middle. Now Vondrousova backhand slice lands good. Rybakina forehand up the line, running forehand squash shot. Vondrousova, Rybakina forehand into the deuce corner. Absolutely just a dart into the corner. Perfect for 15 love.
The similarity between Rybakina and Sabalanka are very close, and we know that any of them, when they start being inside the baseline, their body is there. You can pretty much say au revoir, bonsoir, goodbye most of the time.
15 love. Serve is just long, as now she's down to 50% for her first serve percentage, and as Sophie mentioned, couple issues on that second serve. 4 of 9 right now. Second serve for her here at 15 love is a double fault. It is her second of the night. Also had one in her opener.
And you wonder if it is because she can't push. I mean, because besides the fact that you really need to go from low to high on the kick and get that racket head to really brush that ball to get a lot of top spin and get that ball to kick and go over the net, you need to also go up and out with the legs to do so.
Serve at 15 all is long, so now below 50%. And yeah, that's you just worry if that's not only tonight but also potentially progressing through this second week could be very difficult. Vondrousova backhand will miss long. Really good slider up in the box there from Rybakina for 30-15.
Yeah, she's one of the tallest players out there on the tour. Rybakina with 6 foot tall, 1 meter and 84 centimeters.
She serves long off of the net.
Which I often, try to make people understand that it almost feels like she's hitting an overhead from there, which people like me can't comprehend.
Backhand from Vondrousova. Rybakina sends it right back up the line with some interest. Gain points after a 9th forehand winner for Rybakina.
So do you feel like she's playing the Rybakina's forehand too much?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would definitely go to the backhand and see if she can hit as well and make as much damage right now.
But it's also hard. I mean, some of these serves, right? You just have to just be a little bit better with that return target.
Yeah. Good luck with that one, too.
That is an ace for Rybakina, her 2nd of the night. That gets us to 4-3 and a ball change on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Well, great to be with you. Temperatures have dropped down to under 65 degrees. Sophie is bundled.
Yes, it's very strange. Strange U.S. Open weather-wise. We're not going to complain, though.
No, this is heaven for me. This is my favorite time. Hoodie weather.
Yeah.
Hoodie
you
plus
like that?
some shorts is perfect for me.
Okay. I like it a little bit hotter.
Second serve for Vondrousova, 3-4. Tee, good. Rybakina lob to a Vondrousova forehand cleanly put away into the ad corner off that forehand side for 15 love.
That slice serve to the tee, when it lands, it goes away from to the left of Rybakina. Very difficult to manage.
Let's see if she's able to play that backhand a little bit more. Slice serve, Rybakina backhand cross, dug out by Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand, Vondrousova backhand cross. Rybakina forehand is into the net for 30 love. Yeah, it's such an interesting contrast right now because, yes, Rybakina 9 forehand winners. That's also where she's had a lot of errors. 6 of them off of that forehand side so far, Sophie, as well. It's a +3, but the backhand, 1 winner, 1 unforced error so far. Serve out wide is an ace for Vondrousova, her 3rd of the night. 30-15.
Wow, she held that love. She's going to try to do that again, back to back.
1 tattoo on the neck.
Yeah, I saw that.
You see that as well, don't you?
Yes, but I can't read. It's minimalist artist.
I think I said 30-15. I did mean 40 love. Apologies on that one. That is 2 straight holds to love.
No, you did say 40 love because
Okay,
that's
thank
when I
goodness.
said I think she's going to hold now for
Okay.
back-to-back hold at love, and which she did. Minimalist artist.
Yes.
That's kind of what her artistry tattoos are, I think, on her arms.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not too
more
much.
like it.
So 4 all, first serve, it is good out wide. Chip return lands good. Rybakina backhand inside out. Vondrousova backhand to Rybakina forehand cross, dug out, but sliced lobby and short. Rybakina easily disposes that into the ad corner. I might have just made up a word, lobby. Or maybe I'm just repurposing lobby of a hotel lobby and just calling something lobby. Turning a noun to an adjective.
Love-like. Well, I think the tactic for Rybakina is very clear. She wants to really pound the backhand of Vondrousova and wait until Vondrousova is resorting to that slice that is retrieving and lobbing
Yes, lobby.
mid-court.
Lobby slice.
That she can put away.
serve. Second
Ooh,
is a
another
double.
one.
That was into the middle of the net. That was woeful. That is double fault number 3 for Rybakina. Vukov there in a Jannik's kit. David Sanguinetti, a guy who worked with, among others, Ryan Harrison, who's now commentator. 15 all, 4 all. Serve is netted for Rybakina. Again, this percentage is not ideal, down to 45% after that miss. Second serve here for Rybakina. That's good. Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina digs out a forehand. Vondrousova forehand middle. Rybakina forehand into the deuce corner, and she's yanked that wide, and trouble at 15:30.
Nice depth and not opening any angles by going right at the body of Rybakina, who's once again not really moving around that ball quickly enough to have really a little bit of leeway between her and the ball and the racket going through. She was a little bit jammed.
It's 15:30. Serve is netted once again. All of these, Sophie, are seeming to be short on these serves. Not missing that serve long very often. Second here at 15:30. Good. Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina backhand dugout. Vondrousova forehand cross. Rybakina backhand middle. Vondrousova forehand up the line is just smacked. Perfect. Into the deuce corner. And with all these missed first serves, Vondrousova rewarded with 2 break chances.
And that last forehand from Vondrousova was basically a half volley, redirecting the ball and staying so low, so down at impact and following through the racket head. Pretty impressive.
Rybakina, can she find a first serve? Yes. Chip return is short. Rybakina forehand cross. There's the lob that we know and love, and she's pulled it wide. Wow.
Yeah, she had a big chance here. She almost could have triggered a passing shot because she had plenty of time.
But she trusts that lob so much. We all know that. Second look.
How big is that point for Vondrousova? She could be serving for the set. The way she's been serving the last 2 games, holding at love.
Still one more. Serve is good. Chip return short. Rybakina barely gets to it, pokes it up the line. Vondrousova gets there. Forehand up the line off the racket of Rybakina. And Vondrousova breaks. She has it to 5-4, and she'll serve for the set in a moment on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This top half of the draw, Barbora Krejcikova, Jess Pegula, Aryna Sabalenka already into the quarterfinals. One of these 2 women will join them. Vondrousova, 5-4, near side, serving for the set. Serve T just misses wide. Again, trying to use that lefty slider to great effect. Second serve for her is good. Backhand Rybakina is into the net. And something I just wanted to touch on, you know, what we've been talking about. Listen, Rybakina is not necessarily known for her incredible speed, Sophie, but she does look that maybe half step slow here tonight.
I agree, but she's also very deceptive when she's playing well, and for her size, really for that long body that she has. She moves very well, but I agree. I mean, obviously seeing something on her knee being strapped that much and on her calf is definitely not really ideal. 30 love.
Yeah, just 2 quick and easy points on the serve for Vondrousova. Serve here, good. Rybakina back in. Vondrousova has to dig out a back in short. Rybakina back in up the line. Vondrousova digs that out. It's going to miss long, however. 30-15 now.
There's more of those tattoos. There is Goddess also. I'm looking. I'm very intrigued.
Don't forget around the right ankle.
There is also, I think it's an ace of heart.
Serve at 30-15. T-ace.
Wow.
Number 4 on the night.
And that's spectacular to go to the T on the outside when you're lefty, because you really normally go with that lefty slide serve with a lot of slice, but none of that, and it's 2 set points.
From the near side, 40-15. Serve good. Rybakina backhand will miss long. She got 3 free points off of the backhand return of Elena Rybakina, and just a pretty quiet, comfortable set for Vondrousova, 6-4.
Yeah, not that she had to do much. It's Rybakina who's not serving well enough. 48% of first serves in the box is not going to be enough when the serve is in. She's basically winning 10 out of 14, 71% of those. But you're going to have to, get better on that first serve percentage for sure. Not sure if really there's some problem with the foot, the leg not being able to push off of it. Unforced error 12 from Rybakina, even though she has 13 winners, just too high. It's much better, +6, unforced error 5 to 11.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good ratio for Vondrousova, and also just getting so many free points off of her serve, that slider action, targeting the backhand of Rybakina, and that is where the majority of those free points have really come here tonight. A total of 11 of 23 have not come back on the Vondrousova serve. And, the big number, as we talk about that serve percentage for Rybakina being below 50%, as we talked about at the outset, Sophie, she wins about 35 to 40% of her points on serve unreturned.
Yep.
Tonight it's just 15, 4 of 26. And so, listen, again, she doesn't have that glaring weakness as we talked about a little while ago, but when the free points aren't coming, then you see maybe a little bit more average of a player.
Yeah. In the last 3 service games of Vondrousova, she only lost 1 point.
Exactly right.
Huge.
Yeah. So let's talk about what we've seen today here on the women's side. As we mentioned, just the 3 winners here so far on the day. Sabalenka and Pegula both in straight sets. Pretty clean-looking wins for both of them. The Krejcikova match, so dramatic against Taylor Townsend. I mean, fighting off 8 match points. I believe it was 5 of them on her own winners. Incredibly
Actually,
brave.
6.
6? Okay,
Six
thank
winners
you.
from the racket of Krejcikova, only 2. 1 unforced error was off of a first serve, so that's not really an unforced for me. It was really a good serve from Krejcikova, but 1 only was maybe at fault with a backhand miss from Townsend. It's heartbreaking when you have 8 match points, there's no doubt. Now for Krejcikova, everything is bonus. You're going as saying, I should be out of here. I should be, just playing doubles. Is she playing doubles here? I'm not even sure.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, so you look at this and you just go in a match with, you have to let it be, because it's amazing.
It is, and one of those players, again, in some ways like Vondrousova, right? What she's accomplished on court is phenomenal, Krejcikova. One of those people we overlook all too often, and then she just finds her way and marches through draws sometimes.
Talk about somebody who went, with a back injury last year, was 6 months out of the game, and for her, she mentioned it on the court interview about how she just is so happy and so thrilled that she thought she was maybe not going to be able to come back and play. And this is at, late in her career, so it's harder. Everything gets harder when you get older.
But she seems to, and I know you mentioned that she said it on court, she has such an appreciation for the opportunities that this sport has given her, and especially that becomes more and more true as you do grow with age. And just was, listen, the crowd was so much behind Taylor out there today. She just took it on. She appreciated that the crowd was there for her opponent and just accepted it, and just love players like that.
Yeah, she's going to go into another American crowd on the next match against Pegula. Ooh, I found another tattoo. Lucky number 13 and an Olympic rings. So
she was a silver medalist back
right.
in 2020.
Yep.
Lost to Belinda Bencic in that gold medal match. 15 love here.
They also have, matching strawberries.
Matching strawberries?
Yeah, because of Wimbledon.
Yeah, that makes sense.
How fun is that?
Lob from Vondrousova. Rybakina there with a swinging volley. The forehand misses from Vondrousova.
And let's see if there's any chance from Rybakina. If she's going to be more aggressive and come forward a little more. She's been pretty comfortable when she comes to the net. 3 of 3 for Vondrousova, only 8 of 12 at net points. So it's pretty good. 8 of 12 net points won for Rybakina. So maybe something to keep at it.
Yeah, I just find myself thinking, you know, she builds so much in her game around that serve.
Yes.
Right? Second serve for her here at 30 love, good. Vondrousova backhand is
great
into
serve.
the net. And again, it's not necessarily always about those unreturned serves, Sophie, as you know all too well from all the unreturned serves that you threw in your career. But just that ability to build that +1, that +2 point that she knows incredibly well, right? And that structure kind of goes away if the serve's not hitting. Short return, Rybakina forehand, lob from Vondrousova defensively. Rybakina puts that away into the corner. That's her first hold to love of this night. It is 1 love. On the men's side here today, if you're joining us late, or in your case, maybe in Europe, early, winners today, Novak. Straight sets over Jan-Lennard Struff. Taylor Fritz also moving on over Tomas Machac. Yuri Lehechka and Carlos Alcaraz in this particular quarter as well. Then the bottom half of our draw, a pretty good lineup down in the bottom half on the men's side.
Do we know what happened with Mannarino when he was up 2 love in the 4th and just completely cracked?
I didn't read the press conference afterwards, but yeah, I just have to think it's maybe just, I mean, he's 83 years old. I mean,
easy.
No, I love Adrian quite a bit, but yeah, I think it just felt like the whole thing had just caught up with him in that matchup, just watching it today. Serve up the tee again from Vondrousova for another ace, leading in that category here tonight, 5-2.
I mean, she's been cruising to her service game.
Yep.
She's lost 1 point in now, 14 points in her service games so far in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, she's only lost a total of 2 points outside of that game where she was broken. Outside of that, it's been so clean. Serve is good. Now a backhand Vondrousova short. Rybakina puts that away with the forehand. Anytime she's getting something short, she's going after it. 30-15 now.
That's how important that first serve percentage is. But you're right, she's was late on getting that return, was right at her with a lot of power. Ball goes short, and it's a winner again from Rybakina.
Vondrousova through the middle, gets a forehand cross. Rybakina backhand up the line, net, back under her side. 40-15 now on the Vondrousova serve. She is serving close to 70% for the night, 68%, so it's a roughly 20% difference. Serve Vondrousova good. Rybakina return off the backhand side is not. Continues to add up these unreturned serves, not from Rybakina, but from Vondrousova as we get to 1 game all here in the second set.
Can we talk about the schedule tomorrow? How big of a day it is tomorrow?
Please do.
The matches that we are going to have from, I mean, I guess the main match is Osaka Golf.
Yes.
It's going to be packed, I think, on Ash.
Yes,
and that's
on Labor Day weekend here in the States.
Second match on after 11:30 start with Auger Aliassime and Rublev. Should be an interesting one as well.
Second serve here for Rybakina, good. Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina digs out a backhand. Vondrousova forehand middle. Rybakina forehand middle. Vondrousova slices a backhand to Rybakina, backhand up the line. That catches the line. Now Rybakina with forehand. Vondrousova digs out a backhand, but it's into the bottom of the net. It's a lot of middle third here that Vondrousova is forcing Rybakina just to kind of stay in place right on that center hash at the baseline, cutting off those angles. The danger is obviously if you do give up a short ball there.
Well, and Vondrousova is not really reluctant to move back because she knows that if she loses court, then it's going to be even harder. So the ball is coming really fast. So is that serve wide from Rybakina. First serve winner.
109
barely
on that
touched.
serve.
Yeah, barely touched by Vondrousova. the power from the racket of Rybakina is such that I think Vondrousova needs to get her arms and her, her preparation a little bit faster, get organized.
Serve is good, return through the middle. Rybakina forehand up the line to a running forehand Vondrousova. Rybakina backhand cross. Vondrousova goes forehand cross. Rybakina backhand is into the net. It's 30-15 now.
And it's especially, on the forehand side where Vondrousova has a big loop forehand.
Yep.
And if that ball comes fast, you have to shorten your swing or you got to go faster with your loop. That's pretty much the only thing that's going to save you from being late and hitting a short shot behind it.
Serve is good out wide. That is hit again with some pace at 108 from Rybakina. Third ace of the night. 40-15, a couple of game points. We're 44 minutes in. Again, the length of point is short here tonight. Serve T, it is another ace. The length of game there is also incredibly short, as that does get us to 2-1 early in the second on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mycation, Sophie Amiak, we have some fans right outside the studio for a couple. Hi, people. Hello, friends. You're not joining us on American Express here.
We located right by the U.S. Open American Express fan experience.
Right.
So, people have to come in, and then when the fan experience is closed, nobody's looking at us. We're like kind of a fishbowl, but we love our studio. It's
Well,
nice.
plus they see me and they immediately run.
Don't say that.
Listen, I talked to our guys here throughout the last couple of days. It's really weird. As soon as my shift comes on, in particular, the YouTube stream, the numbers drop precipitously. It's really weird.
Stop it. Well, very good hands from a lead cord at the net, Rybakina, but unfortunately the second volley is long, so it is 15-love. Vondrousova serving here, down 1-2 and a set up. 6-4 in the first for the Czechie.
Second serve for Vondrousova, good. Rybakina forehand through the middle. Vondrousova digs out a backhand. Rybakina running forehand, good. Vondrousova forehand cross. Rybakina backhand cross. Vondrousova forehand up the line, no problem.
Big.
Easy winner.
That's big.
30-love.
That down the line, lefty forehand, pretty spectacular. Outside the ball, but still going through the ball.
Serve out wide is an ace for sixth of the night. And listen, we haven't gotten into patterns all that often here, Sophie, with the shortness of points, but you can see she's using that lefty hook to set up the lefty line. It's just, it's only happened maybe a handful of times, but she's so effective with it. Game points, serve out wide, it's another ace.
Wow. We're like on the ace contest right now, and Vondrousova is definitely ahead with 7 aces, 1 double fault, 4 aces on the other side for 3 double fault for Rybakina.
This is,
She's cruising through her service game, right?
Since getting broken to 2-all, Sophie, hold to love, hold to love, hold to 15, hold to 15, hold to love. That's 2 points lost since that break.
Yep.
I mean, this is a dominant Vondrousova here tonight on serve, with one exception. Serve, good. Vondrousova misses the backhand return into the net.
It's the war of serve and return.
And I don't
tonight
necessarily at this stage see that sense of urgency from Rybakina that needs to be there at this stage. I mean, time is starting to run short, and she's not really making too many adjustments on the return side yet. Serve at 15 love, good. Vondrousova backhand to Rybakina, forehand middle. Vondrousova digs out a backhand. Rybakina forehand middle. Vondrousova digs out a forehand now. Rybakina short forehand, and she misses that one long.
I think both of them are looking for who's going to start cracking and making more mistakes off the serve and not have, you know, a high percent, especially Rybakina right now. That's what she's looking on Vondrousova's serve. It's like, well, is she going to come down here?
Yeah.
So there's maybe an opportunity like, you know, she did in the first set, but...
15 all serve is good. Lob return, swinging volley, good. Lob from Vondrousova lands long. This is a significantly, Sophie, we should point out, significantly better serving set from Elena Rybakina. Right now, 10 of 12 after that one. That's 83% after being below 50% for the first.
That's true, but the set is young.
30-15 at 2-all, serve into the net.
You know, as a when I looked at the stats on the early one, that was the one place where she had to bring that up. So she's doing the right thing.
Second serve for Rybakina. That's good to a Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina forehand inside out. She sprayed it wide, and here's the moment, right? It's 30-all. You're not going to get a ton of opportunities against Rybakina when she's serving at that higher percentage. That's her 5th unforced error of this set, compared to 0 on the other side. 2-all, 30-all. Second set, Vondrousova 1 set to the good. Rybakina serve good. Vondrousova backhand. She tried to cut off that angle, and it got into her body. Really effective first serve there, off speed from Rybakina.
Yeah, she thought that ball was long. Looking at the review, but it got and cut the lines. So 40-30, Rybakina serving at 2-all.
Serve is into the net. Second serve here for Rybakina. Again, with this game point, 2-all, 40-30. Toss goes up. Second serve, good. Vondrousova forehand. Rybakina forehand to a Vondrousova forehand up the line that she missed wide. So, yeah, the opportunity was a small one, but Vondrousova could not capitalize. We stay on serve. 3-2. We are midway through the second on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. On a very, very cool last night of August. September is almost upon us. I think Sophie is eager to see if tomorrow the pumpkin spice lattes come out. Seems like a very Sophie Amiak thing to do. 2-3 here for Vondrousova. Gets a forehand, goes middle. Backhand Rybakina, backhand slice Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand off the lane, good. Vondrousova backhand to Rybakina forehand cross that this time misses long. It's 15 love.
I'm on the edge of my seat for that pumpkin whatever coming up tomorrow.
The PSL.
PSL, whatever that
pumpkin spice latte.
I see.
PSL. Big thing for you.
Huge.
Serve out wide is just long. It's really a thing. The marketing of that has just been off the charts. Second serve, Vondrousova good. Rybakina forehand middle. Vondrousova forehand rolled short. Rybakina forehand is into the net. That's a missed opportunity for Elena Rybakina, 30-love.
Well, that ball was short, but Rybakina just didn't get up to it fast enough. Was standing way too tall on it as well.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some, I think Stefano Vukov wants to see that urgency right now. That's very clear. 2-3, 30-love. Serve T just wide. Second serve here for Vondrousova. That is into the net. Just her second of the night, first of the set.
That toss was so low and so far in front. And this is what Rybakina is hoping, is that there's going to be a letdown on this serve of Vondrousova. Has been impeccable.
She pulls down her toss right here. This 30-15 moment from the far side is Vondrousova. Toss goes up, serve is good. Rybakina forehand to a Vondrousova backhand inside out. Rybakina backhand cross. Squash shot from Vondrousova is into the net. So here you go on the other side now. It is a massive opportunity for Rybakina, 30-all.
Yeah, that's good pressure. Now it's to find out where is Vondrousova going to hit that serve, wide or to the tee again? Question.
She's moving so quickly, too. Very quickly to the baseline. Toss is up. Serve T. Lob return lands good. Forehand Vondrousova. Rybakina backhand cross. Vondrousova forehand middle. It's into the net. It's the first break chance of this set going to Elena Rybakina. Vondrousova's already to the line.
Yeah, she's feeling the pressure and she's feeling the heat from the depth of the strokes from Rybakina. And she was late on that forehand, kind of her back foot, backing up on it, and in the net.
30-40 serve, trying to go body, misses
not even
long.
close.
No, this is, it feels like just a lack of composure here for a second. Second serve for Vondrousova. Tees.
Wow.
Oh, wow, that's not even close.
Thank you. She can say thank you from across the net because that was a gift, a huge gift, to say the least. 4-2, Rybakina serving now.
I mean, I think we went from pumpkin spice lattes to the Christmas drinks all of a sudden here. My goodness, that was an odd game for Vondrousova. Both women getting new rackets here.
I know, go in and out on so many matches.
But just one of those moments where you expect when you are struggling, you miss a couple of first serves, you pause, you take a breath, collect yourself instead of just rushing yourself and making it worse.
True, but she's not that case. You know, Steffi Graf used to do the same thing, and she was very good at it. Obviously, it's not working very well for Vondrousova tonight.
So Elena Rybakina will serve here 4-2 near side, serve off the net. Good. 55 minutes into this matchup. Another first serve coming here for the 9 seed, world number 10, serve into the net, trying to go out wide. Second serve for Rybakina. Good. Vondrousova backhand cross. Rybakina steps in, short forehand off the net and wide for love 15.
Love 15.
Again, just, Sophie, I hate to keep going back to it, but another moment where a ball lands short and doesn't get up there with time.
She needs a couple more steps.
15 serve into the net. Second serve for Rybakina. Good. Vondrousova backhand up the line, running forehand Rybakina. Vondrousova digs out a backhand. Rybakina backhand is into the net. Goodness gracious me.
Well, I mean, the ball is floating down the middle and doesn't have much pace. Again, needs to put really a body through that ball and get through the ball with the intention to going forward. And that is not what's happening. She's too static on those last 2 shots. Rybakina, love 30. Up 4-2, just broke Vondrousova, trying to consolidate the break.
Serve good, lob return's gonna miss wide. That's a big pace, a T serve at 114. That is the biggest of the night, in fact, for Rybakina at 114, averaging for the match 108. 15-30 for Rybakina, near side serve off the net and wide. Vondrousova actually takes 2 steps back but will take one step forward, just like Paula Abdul 35 years ago. Serve good, chip return. Rybakina back into a Vondrousova backhand slice cross. Rybakina forehand cross, slice back from Vondrousova short. Rybakina there, but not there fast enough, and Rybakina hits that backhand into the net. 15-40, 2 chances for Vondrousova.
I absolutely love that slice just because it's so difficult to maneuver when you have somebody who likes to hit topspin, who likes to hit flat from both sides. And that ball was sock line, difficult to execute for Rybakina. Forced error.
15-40 serve good. Vondrousova back into her. Rybakina backhand cross. That's perfect. That was not easy. Had to take one step angled back, but then finds perfect timing on that backhand for a winner.
I'm just going to have to hope that the first serve doesn't go in for Vondrousova. It's first serve +1. It's paying off more and more.
30-40. Serve Rybakina. T wide. For the night, 9 of 22 on her second serves. That second off the net and good.
Second serve.
Has not had a double in this set, 3 in the first. We'll try this one again. Second good. Vondrousova backhand to Rybakina backhand cross. Vondrousova forehand cross. Rybakina backhand cross. Vondrousova forehand middle. Rybakina just misses a forehand into the net, so breaks have been traded. 4-3 here in a bit of a topsy-turvy stretch here in the second set on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. With this, Sophie Amiak's now going into emo mode, dancing.
Why not? All right, here we go.
Okay, let's try to focus here.
Yes.
Focus up.
I am
Vondrousova
focusing.
serving. First serve. I think both of these women, obviously in the last couple of service games, struggling to find that focus and that first serve. That has been such a key here tonight. Vondrousova will try it again. 3-4 second set with one set in the bag. Return backhand from Rybakina is a good one. Now she gets a forehand, goes cross. Vondrousova backhand up the line. Rybakina forehand inside in. Vondrousova has to throw up a lob. Rybakina gets to it. Forehand goes inside out, good. Vondrousova another lob to the baseline. Rybakina forehand off the net, back onto her side, and it's 15-love. And Rybakina head down as she walks to the baseline, getting some instruction from Vukov right now.
Well, she's being pushed. She's being pushed to hit 1, 2, or 3 more balls. Most of the players will not retrieve these kind of attacks, but Vondrousova has got some great wheels tonight.
Serve is good. Forehand for Vondrousova cross to it. Rybakina backing up the line. That is locked in right there. Clean winner off that backhand wing for 15-all.
I mean, the ability to hit winners from pretty much anywhere in the court to anywhere in the other side is pretty spectacular from Rybakina. That backhand down the line was lightning.
Serve T wide. Second serve here for Vondrousova, 7 of 13 tonight on seconds. Good. Rybakina backhand inside out to a Vondrousova backhand. Rybakina forehand cross, Vondrousova backhand cross. Rybakina backhand, forehand up the line. Misses well long, not even close to the court. 30-15 now.
Yeah, and those unforced errors are creeping in for Rybakina. 13 right now for 7 winners in this set.
30-15. Serve out wide. Rybakina backhand line short. Vondrousova forehand back behind her. Lob Rybakina. Vondrousova waits. It bounces. Serve. Forehand good, but Rybakina there with the lob. Overhead good from Vondrousova. Got a little bit cute with that forehand through the middle and then able to put away the overhead.
Well, I mean, this is a play that a lot of players are using is, when they have a put away that is like static right in the middle of the court. Most players take a side and they either run left or right. So going down the middle is often a winner, but not in this case, as Rybakina probably did her homework and stood there.
Well, she's also not exactly somebody who sprints to one side, so.
Hey.
Am I wrong? Double fault here from Vondrousova. That is 3 in the last 2 games.
No, she wouldn't sprint, but she would at least pick one, which she did halfway. You're right.
Third double of the set, as I mentioned on the last couple of games. Serve for Vondrousova, good. Rybakina forehand middle. Vondrousova backhand into the net. And this could get away from her here. So she is, again, pushing quickly back to the baseline for deuce.
But she's getting rushed on those returns. She needs to know that ball's going to come fast and try to get really her body place and ready.
Serve good. Rybakina lob return lands good. Vondrousova backtracks forehand inside out to a Rybakina forehand cross. Vondrousova backhand cross. Rybakina backhand, forehand cross. Vondrousova forehand middle. Rybakina backhand middle will miss long.
Strange.
Very strange.
Why go to the middle when you have an opportunity to go either way, cross court or down the line? That ball was mid court for Rybakina.
Yeah, backhand cross was readily available for her there.
I agree.
No question. So a game point once again for Vondrousova. Near side serve, tee, good. Rybakina forehand's going to miss long by about 3 feet. It is 4-all.
And that's a good hold for Vondrousova after all. 40-15 to 40-all with a double fault. She dodged a bullet.
Indeed. So now the pressure swings back to Elena Rybakina, 26-year-old, in her 7th appearance here in New York.
This is when it happened in the first set. She got broken right at this stage, and Vondrousova was able to consolidate and win the first set. So history repeats itself for a win for Vondrousova.
Serve, good. Chip, return lands good. Rybakina forehand goes inside in. Vondrousova has to throw up a defensive lob that lands good. Rybakina forehand. Vondrousova slicing a backhand off the baseline, good. Rybakina backhand to a forehand. Vondrousova backhand. Rybakina good. Sliced back from Vondrousova. Backhand Rybakina in behind it. The pass off the backhand wing just misses in the deuce corner. 15 left.
It's been quite a while since we've seen Rybakina come forward. Remember that I was citing that she had a very good number of points won at the net. She's 12 for 19 when she's coming in the front court. So she needs to do this more often.
Agreed. Fully agreed.
Push it. Make Vondrousova pass.
4-all, 15 love. Serve good. Through the middle with the return. Rybakina forehand cross. Lob from Vondrousova. Swinging volley Rybakina.
Oh, wow.
She missed.
Well, she decided to come in too late. I was looking and saying, come in, because that but that shot was so deep to the corner. And then that ball kept dropping below the level of the net. And that is trouble on that swing backhand volley.
Well, it goes back to what we were saying, that half step slow repeatedly here tonight. Those balls just dropping a little bit more than you would expect because she's not getting there with that, again, that sense of urgency, that speed that needs to be there. Serve out wide, good. Chip return. Rybakina forehand back behind Vondrousova, who will miss that backhand into the net. It's 30-15. A couple of words there once again, not only from Vukamp, but also David Sanguinetti. Again, I think they're trying to express that the urgency does need to be there right now. Serve out wide, good. Chip return lands, good. Rybakina forehand up the line. Vondrousova throws up a lob. Swinging volley, good. This time from Rybakina. And gain points.
She got there a lot earlier to get that swing volley off the forehand. Good attacking again. Being more aggressive. Finishing at the net. It's good presence mentally. Keeping track on what works.
Taking points, a couple of them. Serve, good, it's an ace. And found the first serve in that game, did Elena Rybakina. She knows his back out in front, 5-4, deep in the second on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Sophie Amiak joining you on the microphones, also on this camera. We've got Pat, James, and Claude in the back, keeping us honest.
Good tunes, good tunes.
Serve for Vondrousova, serving to stay in the set, 4-5. Misses the first serve, slider T long. Second serve here for Vondrousova, far side of the court, good. Rybakina back into a Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina backhand middle. Vondrousova slicing a backhand. Rybakina backhand middle. Vondrousova forehand middle. Rybakina backhand cross. Back from Vondrousova with a forehand, and Rybakina steps in, puts that backhand cleanly into the deuce corner for love 15.
Just too short from the racket of Vondrousova. She's allowing Rybakina to step inside the court, and after that, it is goodbye. But I love the Rybakina hit. Much more going forward at impact. That is very important for her to do that.
Keep thinking as well about this second ball from Vondrousova now that Rybakina is going return through the middle. It's again here, backhand Vondrousova, Rybakina forehand cross, sliced from Vondrousova, misses wide, and it seems like Rybakina has just keyed on this middle return with pace into the body, and Vondrousova having to make that quick decision that you were talking about, Sophie.
Yeah, she's just much more aggressive, and also getting her body language really towards the target after impact, which makes a big difference, I think.
Love 30, 2 points away. Serve T good. Chip return this time. Vondrousova forehand cross. Rybakina backhand slice good. Vondrousova forehand inside out lands good in the deuce corner. 15-30.
So good. That's the way to reply to those last 2 points for the lefty.
Have to point out that you've been talking about Rybakina moving forward. Vondrousova now 5 for 5 on net points won.
In this set. Or total?
Total.
Total, okay.
Serve T, Rybakina forehand inside out, misses just wide. That actually got into the body. Looked like it was T initially, but had some good movement there. So 4-5, second set, Vondrousova, 1 set to the good. Serving from the far side, 30 all. Serve T, Rybakina backhand to a Vondrousova slice backhand that misses just long. Elena Rybakina, who is 2 for 2 on break chances, has a set point.
She is just putting a lot of pressure by the speed of those balls, and Vondrousova is ready to serve already. We haven't seen one thing throughout this match so far. Not one drop shot. 0.
Serve, Vondrousova off the net and long. You have the same feeling I do right now?
I sure do.
Second serve.
We're going deep in this night.
Vondrousova. Good. Rybakina forehand. Wow, that was a pretty aggressive second from somebody who's double faulted a total of 29 times in this tournament. Got it right into the body. We're at deuce.
Yeah, that right on the line. I think it's get it on the line. That's why Rybakina couldn't put it back in the court.
Deuce at 4-5. Vondrousova serve out wide.
Wow.
That is a big one from her. 108. just short of her biggest of the night. She's been using that cutter so much, that comes out of nowhere.
So good. So clutch at this time. 40-all right here. Try to stay in this set.
So with a game point, serve T is into the net. Second serve, Vondrousova. Good. Rybakina backhand will miss long. So we play on here in the second set at 5-all. Again, as I mentioned, that is the first break chance that Rybakina has missed out on here tonight. Now 2 of 3. Now Vondrousova bouncing around here, trying to get some energy, see if she can put a charge into a couple of returns here in this return game. Rybakina now ready, looks over at Vondrousova. From the near side, the 9C, the world number 10, serves 5-all. Serve good. Chip return will be short. Rybakina forehand, inside in. Lob Vondrousova. Rybakina overhead. Good into the ad corner. It's 15 love.
15 love.
Still the serve and the quality of serve that makes the huge difference in the game of Rybakina. I mean, this is a weapon, best weapon on the tour. Number 1 on the aces count.
At 15 love, 5-all serve out wide. Also number 1 in service points won, service games won this year.
Break point save.
Yes, just
Keeps on
remarkable
going.
stuff. Second serve for Rybakina into the net. It is a double.
We jinx her.
15 all.
I'm going to blame Sophie.
No, it's your fault.
No, I blame Sophie. I blame you for most things in my life. Even when I'm at home and I'm not anywhere near you.
It's Sophie.
Drop
That's
something
funny.
in my house. Sophie!
Oh, why not?
5s all around. 5-all, 15-all. Serve, Rybakina. Good. Vondrousova chip return's going to miss long.
30-15.
30-15 now. It's a pretty big discrepancy. Look at this here, Sophie. 85% win percentage in this set on firsts, 33 on seconds. But the difference has gone from 48% serve percentage to 69 here in the second. Nice. Serve
Another
is good.
big one.
Another big one out wide, 110.
110 wide. You know that when it goes above 100, 105 wide, that means you're really putting a lot of pace because it always goes faster on the tee and it's mostly hits flat. So you get normally a lot of MPH when you go to the tee, a lot higher.
Game point, serve T. Chip return is going to be short, so that
Like
is
that.
quick and clean and efficient. Elena Rybakina, 6-5. We'll see if we get into a breaker here in a moment on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, during the changeover, Elena Rybakina just kind of retaping that left ankle and calf. Some of that K tape had come a little bit loose. We're 1 hour and 16 minutes in. If this does go to a third, it's possible she might get that retaped. Vondrousova serving near side, 5-6, serve good. She gets a forehand, goes middle. Rybakina backhand up the line, misses long. That had some big, loopy, heavy action there from Vondrousova on the forehand side for 15 love. at 5-6. Serve Vondrousova near side T. Rybakina forehand misses long. 30 love.
It's great first serve, 109.
Serve T just wide. Second serve, good. Rybakina back in, inside out. Lob from Vondrousova lands good. Rybakina forehand just absolutely smoked into the deuce corner. That had to be good 85, 90 miles an hour on that forehand side, 30-15 now.
I agree. I agree. That came off a racket so fast, and everything with it. The body language, everything was going to the target.
Serve is long. Second serve here for Vondrousova. Good. Rybakina forehand inside out. She sprayed it wide. Got into that body pretty well.
Yep, that was a great serve. But then again, you know you crammed. Go back down the middle. Make her play. This is really, really tactically not a right return. I know she was jammed, but still.
Serve out wide is long, and especially when you think about the fact that that return in particular, that body serve with pace, has been the one that's done damage the last couple of return games. You're absolutely right, Sophie. Second serve, good. Rybakina backhand middle. Slice back for Vondrousova. Forehand for Rybakina. Vondrousova backhand slice. Rybakina forehand to a Vondrousova backhand slice again. Rybakina inside out forehand. Stays back at the baseline. Gets another forehand. Goes cross. Lob from Vondrousova lands on the net and back under her side. Now 40-30, but again, huge pace from Rybakina, starting with that pace through the middle on the return.
Yeah, but she's making really Rybakina come up with some amazing shots of all the retrieval slice, the squash shot from the forehand, and 2 slices off the backhand. So it's a lot of work for Rybakina right now.
Serve T, good. Rybakina forehand to a slice from Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand cross. That is a clean winner, and again a little bit lacking on that backhand slice from Vondrousova to deuce.
Too short. I was expecting her to maybe go for the drop shot on that. She had the potential to do it, but it was kind of a mid-court ball, and very well dealt by Rybakina. It's not easy. They're very low.
Vondrousova again near side at deuce. Serve T off the line and good. Rybakina short ball. Vondrousova forehand to a Rybakina backhand cross. What a shot from Elena Rybakina off her knees, and she grabs a set point.
Yeah, I'm not sure that didn't hurt the knee, by the way that she really bent so low. But what a passing shot at this time. She was so low, bent all the way down at that Radvanskaya-ish. Going back up was not pleasant.
Good. Return is even better. What a squash shot from Vondrousova, but Rybakina with a backhand line to steal the set, 7-5. What a sequence of events. From 40-15 down, Elena Rybakina somehow finds a way, Sophie. Ow!
Ouch is right. I mean, the way that she was able to play those last 2 points, absolutely spectacular. And I mean, I hope her knee is okay, because the way that she was so down on that passing shot. But then again, you know, she's applying what she applies best. That means power and pretty consistent, you know, at the end with how risky her game is. Looking at the numbers, 16 winners for Rybakina to 18 unforced errors in that set. 6 unforced for 7 winners, but it was all about the serve. 86% of first serve point won. Hello, and 8 out of 12 net point won for
Well,
Rybakina.
you said at the outset of this match it was going to come down to the serve on both sides, right? And in that second set, you saw Rybakina, the serve percentage obviously increased dramatically, but also the return component with pace through the middle just gave Vondrousova so much to handle in terms of her inability to make that decision. Do I hit a forehand here? Do I hit a backhand here? Every ball was late, and every ball ended up being short as a result.
Yeah, when she got it over the net. So yeah, I think it. You know what we're going to see now is who's going to keep that level on the serve is going to be important. I think that Vondrousova is going to have to make sure that she gets really ready when that return comes right at her body. Yeah, it's a very fine margin between the two of them there, and pushing it to a third. Good effort from Rybakina, to say the least.
Yeah, and this is their third meeting. as she is putting something. So
she's trying to glue the.
Yes.
Oh, she's taking maybe it off, but she's putting something in the tape to try to glue it back because it's coming off with, obviously the sweat on the bottom at the ankle, but.
Yeah,
just put it back in. Yeah.
It's K-tape that's wrapped around the ankle across the back from left to right, and the edges of it are just kind of peeling off a little bit. So she took a substance, just put it on the skin, and essentially restuck it to her ankle. So yeah, this is the third meeting between these two. They have split. They have played in all of the odd-numbered years here in this decade. 21 went to Vondrousova, 4-4. In Rome 2 years ago, Rybakina 3-3. This one, the first time into a decider. All for the right to play Aryna Sabalenka 2 days from now. Rybakina going to be the one to serve to start as well, so she'll have the scoreboard pressure on her side through this third set. She's at the far side of the court. Hour 24 in. Rybakina serve tee good. Lob return lands good. Rybakina backhand up the line. Vondrousova backhand slice. Rybakina backhand cross. Vondrousova forehand cross. Rybakina backhand up the line. Oh. Perfect. That is her 30th winner of the night.
Yeah, she's 30 and forced to 30 winners. So if that number starts going the other way with being plus on the plus side on the winners, watch out.
15 love. Hour 24, so very, very quick through those sets. Serve good, ship return. Rybakina goes back in up the line to a Vondrousova backhand cross. Rybakina forehand cross. Vondrousova backhand cross. Forehand from Rybakina. Forehand from Vondrousova lands good, just barely. Backhand now from Vondrousova, dug out. Rybakina big forehand into the ad corner, just moving Vondrousova side to side. She's at her mercy right now as it's 30 love.
She's at her mercy. You're right about that. So I think that, you know, all of a sudden Rybakina is playing aggressive within the margin and the court, putting a little bit more topspin off the forehand. It's working perfectly.
2 for 2 on first serves, which certainly makes that massive difference. Serve tee is wide. I still got it. Nobody better at the commentator's curse than yours truly, Mike Cation, but it's a huge discrepancy between first and second serve effectiveness tonight. Over 50% difference. Second serve good. Vondrousova forehand. She went for big return and misses it into the net as that ball had gotten into the body.
Yeah, she got jammed again, and the movement around the ball is just not enough. Big swing on that forehand. Remember the loop forehand? You're going to have to accelerate and get your arm going to get in the point of contact at the right time.
Serve good. Backhand from Vondrousova, who now has to dig out another short backhand. Rybakina forehand up the line. Lob from Vondrousova. Rybakina backpedaling, swinging volley into the deuce corner. She's got a hold to love. And Sophie, you and I were talking about that pretty remarkable stretch from Vondrousova where she went through 5 service games, only losing 2 points. We're starting to see that now from Rybakina. Since she got broken in the middle of the second set, she has only lost 2 points since then on serve.
She's learning from the player across the net, taking notes. If she can't do it, I can. Yeah, it's a great turnaround for Rybakina. Very positive right now with the body language as well. Running to return.
It is love 1 from the far side. Vondrousova is into the net. Rybakina does take 1 step forward. Now a second serve for Vondrousova, which is into the net. 5th double fault of the night, and that is especially worrying considering she has had now 30 for this tournament. 9 of the last 10 points for Rybakina from 40-15 down in that last game. Vondrousova goes forehand middle. Rybakina forehand middle. Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina forehand middle. Sliced back from Vondrousova. Forehand Rybakina inside out to a forehand Vondrousova. Rybakina backhand middle. Vondrousova drop shot. There it is. Rybakina there. Pops it cross court. Vondrousova forehand up the line is good for 15 all.
And that is the first drop shot from the racket of Vondrousova, which I find that amazing because that is one of her best shots. She can do it from the forehand or the backhand side, and you know that you want to bring Rybakina, not on her own will, to the net and move her. She's very tall. It's not easy to move that body and fast at the same time.
And on top of it, she is clearly hampered in some way, shape, or form by her left leg. Second serve, Vondrousova good. Rybakina backhand middle. Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina forehand up the line. Running forehand squash shot. Vondrousova. Rybakina puts that away with the volley into the deuce corner. Moving forward with great joy when she's doing it on her terms.
Yeah, she's very smart because as soon as she sees that Vondrousova is going to retrieve something with a slice, you see her moving forward, and I love the fact that she took that one in the air.
Serve, T, netted. 1 of 4 to start on serve percentage for Vondrousova. Ouch. Second. Good. Rybakina forehand inside out. Vondrousova has to dig out a forehand. Rybakina backhand. Oh, she just mistimed that entirely. Misses it into the net for 30-all.
Yeah,
It's a bad miss, Sophie.
Yep, it is. I agree. She had a good chance there. Ball was not coming very fast and was a bit short. 30-all. Love 1. Vondrousova serving in the third final set.
Serve is good. Return is not. Misses long from the forehand wing of Rybakina. So Vondrousova with a game point. Now finally ready to go for serve T. Rybakina forehand to a Vondrousova backhand cross. Rybakina running forehand cross. Vondrousova backhand slice to a Rybakina forehand into the corner. Lob Vondrousova. Rybakina overhead. Oh no! That almost hits Vondrousova. That would have been the only way Rybakina wins the point.
Yeah, that's unusual because she normally doesn't miss many overheads. She's been pretty good tonight. I don't think she missed any. This one just not quite in position again. The ball was right above her head. You have to have, when you're righty, that ball to your right so your arm can go through, just like a serve. Really, when you serve first serve, needs to be, if your face is a clock, pretty much at 1 o'clock.
What if it's digital?
Okay.
1-all, third set. Rybakina near side.
No comment.
Serve out wide is good. It's a 3-point there. Return misses out wide. Rybakina now winning for the day 30% of her points on unreturned serves. Started at 15 after the first set, so obviously a pretty drastic improvement in terms of those numbers. Serve out wide is wide. Second serve for Rybakina. Good. Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina forehand cross to a backhand slice. Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand into the deuce corner. Backhand Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand cross. Vondrousova drop shot. Rybakina, she'll get there, pops it up the line. Lob from Vondrousova over the back shoulder is perfect. Absolutely perfect for 15-all.
Where did that drop shot, where has it been
Yes.
for 2 sets?
Agreed. I mean, it didn't matter so much in the first set, right? That was a different dynamic at the time. But the second set especially, you could have seen that mixed in a little bit,
Yeah,
for
but
sure.
you see somebody who is taped, you know that
Yep,
you
that's
have,
a valid point.
She should have done it even in the first sets. Didn't even come to her mind.
1-all, 15-all. Rybakina, serve, good. Vondrousova just gets a little bit of frame on it. It's 30-15 now. 116 up the tee. That is a new high for the night. Had been 114. Starting out a little bit wider for this first serve. She was trying to go out wide and explore that angle. Not able to do so. So now much more towards that center hash is Elena Rybakina. Former world number 3. Serve good. Backhand Vondrousova up the line, and Rybakina late getting to it. So that is a smoke show of a return from Vondrousova to 30-all.
Love it. Going down the line on the return, further point away from the server. Remember that for those of you who are playing tennis or coaching, because of the straight line.
So another big spot. It's been a while since Vondrousova had a break chance. 30-all serve out wide. Vondrousova back in return. Rybakina has to roll a forehand up the line. Does it well. Squash shot Vondrousova. Backhand Rybakina can't get it through. And it's into the net. It is a break chance here for Vondrousova. What defensive effort there from Marketa.
Again, she's just unbelievable in the movements, getting to that ball that was right on the line from the forehand of Rybakina, and just being able to retrieve it, asking the question one more time, and the question was not answered. Again with that slice. didn't stay low enough.
3 of 5 on her break chances. Serve Rybakina. Tee is long. 10 of 27 on her second serve points for 37% on the night. Serve Rybakina is a let.
Second serve.
Trying to go out wide. Drew an eye roll out of Vondrousova. Another second serve coming from the near side. Good. Vondrousova forehand middle. Rybakina digs out a forehand, but it misses long. Vondrousova with the fist pump towards her box as she takes control of this third set at 2-1 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And the tattoo-obsessed Sophie Amiak joining you here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. What do you say? You and I go get matching tattoos tomorrow?
No.
Come on, it'll be fun.
No.
I'm going to keep trying, you know.
Yeah.
Serve Vondrousova near side, good. And the return is not. What if after we call a final this weekend, maybe, why don't we get matching US Open finals tattoos?
No.
Come on, it'll be fun. 15 love. Serve T is an ace for Vondrousova, her 8th of the night. Like the little US Open trophy.
Somebody come and help me.
I'm going to keep. We can do this together, Sophie. 30 love. Serve out wide is into the net. Maybe a tattoo of Billie Jean King right on the arm. Second serve, good. Rybakina backhand middle. Vondrousova backhand cross, dug out by Rybakina. Vondrousova drop shot.
She
that
tried.
Is a line drive into the net. It's a right play. If she executes it well, it's a clean winner without even thinking twice, but it's into the net for 30-15.
Well, she changed direction. I mean, she did the last one that she played were not across court, so interesting.
30-15 now after that unforced error. Serve, T is an ace.
Wow.
Backs it up well, though.
That was 107 miles per hour perfectly to the tee, and it's so hard to tell because she could pretty much go wide also if she was to slice, but at the last second she puts her racket facing parallel to the ball and hits a flat one down the tee.
With the game point, serve T. Rybakina backhand to a forehand. Vondrousova rolled. Rybakina backhand up the line is into the net. 3-1 consolidation pretty easily. I have a major update for you, Sophie.
Okay.
Our colleague Nick McCarville in for tattoos.
Oh, he is?
He's in.
Okay.
He's so excited for the tats, he says he's in too.
Well, you guys go.
You can come with us. It's a
I'll
collaborative experience.
I'll
Claude
come.
has also said he's in.
I'll come and hold your hands
Claude
because
is
you're
in.
all gonna go. You all gonna. I can only imagine all three of you.
James is also in. James in the back
I
is
wanna
also
see
in.
this. Okay.
Okay, so peer pressure factoring in now.
I'll be waiting here.
Rybakina, far side, serve T, just wide at 1-3. Second serve, good. Vondrousova misses long. Pat says he's out. So you've got one person on your side. He's
Who
already
said?
got too many tattoos.
Pat, yeah. So
He said he's out.
good to know.
He is going to get a Sophie Amiak tattoo on his
Can
calf,
we give
though.
up on the tattoo? I think
we're
our
not- I'm not
listener is
giving
starting to be really annoyed, which I am annoyed, so I can only imagine.
All right, fine, I'll drop
All
it.
right, there we go.
Serve is good, but it is a let.
First serve.
Another first serve coming here for Elena Rybakina. Serve is into the net. Now a second serve here for Rybakina. That's good to a Vondrousova backhand. Rybakina forehand. Slice from Vondrousova's into the net. Just caught the tape for 30 love. % for the serve percentage here for Rybakina in this set. Toss is up, serve is good. Backhand from Vondrousova. Rybakina backhand cross is into the corner.
1-2 punch, beautiful. 112 miles per hour on this wide serve. That is power.
She's got a lot of it, but she's got a lot of work to do here in this third set as well. Game points for Rybakina. Serve out wide, chip return lands good. Rybakina goes forehand inside out. No response from Vondrousova. So a couple of quick service games gets us to 3-2. We're midway through the third here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, time's starting to run short here for Elena Rybakina. Marketa Vondrousova with the break lead in this third set. She is already ready to go. 18 minutes in, we've gotten through 5 games. 3-2, serve T is an ace. That is number 10. She has double the amount tonight, Sophie, of aces than Elena Rybakina, 10-5.
That's a great achievement when you're playing at the best server on the tour.
It is serve into the body. Forehand misses just long from Rybakina.
But you know, it's worth nothing unless she wins this match.
That's exactly right.
So,
as you said the other night, winning ugly gets it done.
yeah, I don't think it's that ugly.
No,
I think
it's
they're
not.
both really showing amazing shots production.
Lob return. Vondrousova hits that forehand cleanly into the ad corner. 40 love. With game points at 3-2. Vondrousova serve out wide. Rybakina backhand through the middle. Backhand slice from Vondrousova. Rybakina backhand up the line. Slice back from Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand into the open court. Lob Vondrousova. Rybakina backtracks. It's good. Forehand from Rybakina cross. Vondrousova slices a backhand to a Rybakina backhand cross that lands on the baseline and good. Draws a forehand error out of Vondrousova. 40-15 now.
Yeah, one thing that is showing is that the lack maybe of confidence is going on the overhead, because she could have hit an overhead. The last overhead she completely missed Rybakina, so she chose to let that bounce. She was going to hit an overhead after the bounce, but then she chose to go with a forehand. So confidence is probably not as high.
Serve is just long from Vondrousova at 40-15. Second serve, good. Rybakina backhand inside out. Vondrousova has to lob that back. Short ball for Rybakina, forehand. Oh no, she's missed it into the net.
That hurts. Yeah, it was a put away, but body language went down the middle versus going with the ball down the line. You could see the body language going left, the racket head going straight through down the line. And unfortunately, because of the height of the net, that little bit of margin by not going with your body language towards the target makes the difference for that ball to go over the net.
And now this hold becomes incredibly important here for Rybakina. Down a break already, serving 2-4 near side of the court. Serve, good. Backhand for Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand middle. Vondrousova rolls the forehand to her. Rybakina backhand cross that's missed long. And this is trouble again. Love 15.
Love 15.
The Rybakina camp not giving off a lot of positive body language right now is the way I'd frame it. The entire box. Serve is good. Chip return lands good. Forehand Rybakina up the line. Lob from Vondrousova. Swinging volley Rybakina. That's a pretty good one. Into the deuce corner for 15 all.
Yeah, we haven't seen her being able to come to the net of late, but this one again going to the backhand of Vondrousova, who is retrieving with the slice, really lob, gives her an entryway to that swing forehand backhand volley, down the line winner.
Serve T, chip return lands good, short. Rybakina backing up the line, lob from Vondrousova, not great. Swinging volley put away into the ad corner. I think not great was being nice.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy shot to put away. Didn't get enough height.
So 30-15 for Rybakina here. 2-4 in this third set. Has moved pretty quickly throughout this match. There's no doubt about it, despite being midway through this third at an hour 44. 30-15 serve into the net. Second serve, Rybakina, good. Backhand for Vondrousova middle, Rybakina forehand cross, and that one is off the frame of Vondrousova. Game points now for Elena Rybakina.
40-15.
Serve out wide, Vondrousova backhand cross. Chip there from Rybakina is into the net. That was spicy little return there from Vondrousova across court to get it to 40-30.
A little dash of this and a little dash of that. That would be a little bit of spice.
I love it. What's your favorite spice?
Cumin?
I like that. I respect it. Serve is good. Chip return lands good. Rybakina forehand inside out, caught the baseline. Good forehand from Vondrousova, and Rybakina can't come up with that forehand on the run. From 40-15 to deuce in a hurry.
Wow, this is huge right here. Where is she going to serve? T?
Flat T.
Yeah.
Deuce now, 2-4. Serve Rybakina, goes T, chip return, lane short. Rybakina pokes it up the line, running forehand Vondrousova into the deuce corner. It is a clean winner, and it is a break chance for Vondrousova.
Amazing that, again, she's not covering the line. You have to give up on the cross court when you're playing a lefty on the run. That is their favorite shot, is to go running through and hitting it down the line. And she is not even close to covering that. I mean, it was beautiful. It was tough to make, but still, you got to make it a little bit more difficult for her to make it.
Serve T, lob return lands good. Rybakina, forehand cross, Vondrousova backhand middle. Rybakina forehand inside out, she sprayed it wide. And this one just about done and dusted. Marketa Vondrousova with her second break, and she'll serve for the quarterfinals in a moment on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, this night and this month coming to a close.
That's hard to believe. We're already at the end of August.
It's almost my birthday month.
It is?
Yeah.
August or September? Oh. What's your day?
The 30th, the end of it.
Oh.
Got a whole month to celebrate.
You're Virgo?
Libra.
Libra.
Serve here, Vondrousova up the tee. Backhand, Rybakina lands good. Vondrousova backhand to Rybakina, forehand cross. Slice back from Vondrousova. Rybakina backhand up the line. Perfect. 5-2, now love 15 here.
So you can't just settle here if you're Vondrousova. You're going to have to go after it because one of the criteria of the big hitters, just like Rybakina and the champion, is to definitely keep at it, take risks.
In return misses
great
just
serve.
long. It was. Again, got into that forehand body. That has done a lot of damage here tonight.
I agree.
Vondrousova, 39% on the unreturned serves. That is Rybakina-esque. Serve 15 all good. Return through the middle. Vondrousova rolls a forehand short. Rybakina backhand cross. Slice back from Vondrousova. Rybakina forehand good. Lob. Vondrousova. Rybakina is going to get an overhead. Puts it away into the ad corner. 15-30.
That's gutsy. That's how Rybakina is going to play it. Don't step back. That's what you can hear from her camp to Rybakina. Should be more positive and keep going forward, personally.
Serve is good. Backhand returns. A forehand slice from Vondrousova. Rybakina just steps back and just finds an incredible angle forehand. This has been a great game from Elena Rybakina, and she's got 2 break chances.
Well, she is definitely on the front foot, aggressive, taking charge. You're going to have to win it. She's not going to give it to you.
Serve for Vondrousova, 15-40. Good, up the
Oh,
tee.
that's it.
That is bold right there. It's an ace. 11th of the night. .30-40. Another break chance here for Rybakina. 3 of 5 on the night. Serve, tee. Good!
Oh.
Wow!
You're kidding. Back-to-back aces at this stage of the match. Even her camp are smiling, going, wow, that is good. She's already ready to serve on top of that. I don't think we need any clock serve.
My goodness.
Serve clock.
No, it hasn't even been close tonight. Serve at deuce.
Oh,
Oh my,
my.
she's done it again!
Was that an ace or did she tip it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's off the tip, so she didn't get credit for an ace. We're at 12, though, for the night, and more importantly, we're at match point. Marketa Vondrousova trying to close it down. Serve, Vondrousova, tee, Rybakina, short reply is into the net. Marketa Vondrousova into the quarterfinals of the 2025 U.S. Open. In 3 over Elena Rybakina, 6-4, 5-7, 6-2 on a very impressive night for Marketa Vondrousova. She's moving on her second quarterfinal here in New York.
I mean, she looks like she doesn't believe it, but she did everything better than Rybakina tonight, and especially on the serve. 13 aces. That's impeccable for 5 double faults, but the number is really high for her. 79%, and that's her first serve in that set, but overall 70% and winning 74% when they landed in the box. She's right now with her head in her towel, pretty amazed. I think she's having a few tears.
Yeah, a few happy tears there as Rybakina now leaves the court. Yeah, I think that is exactly right, Sophie. Just a couple of happy tears for Vondrousova. Again, it has been such a difficult couple of years with injuries for her, surgeries as well. That left shoulder has been so problematic for her to have this moment here tonight. Clearly showing those emotions. And now let's hear from our winner tonight with James Blake. It's Marketa Vondrousova.
Congratulations, incredible performance. How good does it feel? You've had 2 major surgeries in the last 3 years. How good does it feel to be back playing this kind of tennis?
Yeah, it's amazing. It was an amazing match, and yeah, I'm just very happy now to be through. It was a very tough match, and yeah, after everything I've been through, it's amazing to be standing here again.
Now you're already into the quarterfinals. You're already into the quarterfinals. I know when you won Wimbledon, you had some bets with your coach. Have you allowed yourself to think about that? And is there any sort of bet with a new tattoo if you could win the U.S. Open?
Yeah, we'll see about that. It's a long way to go, but yeah, it's been an amazing week so far, and yeah, I'm just incredibly happy to be here. I have a great team here and great people around me. We are having so much fun off the court as well, so yeah, it's been truly amazing, and thank you guys for the support.
Just one last one to ask about the support here. This late at night, New York City, how does it feel to be playing in front of this crowd?
I mean, yeah, it's my first win here actually, so I'm just very happy, you know, and I really enjoyed this match, and yeah, it was amazing to play night session, and so many people stayed here for us, so it's amazing. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Marketa Vondrousova.
So Marketa Vondrousova, yeah, I mean, I think you could have, it was possible that we were going to see even more tears there. This has been a hard road back for her, and just amazing to see her have that kind of performance on a big stage like that and into a quarterfinal against Aryna Sabalenka in a couple days.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'd love to see the stories about those players who, you know, defy really challenges through their career, and she was, I think she was in a hospital last year at this time, getting another surgery. So it's lovely to see her here. I think she was a little bit shocked, especially when she was able to break Rybakina in that game before she was holding for the match. But in all, just outplayed Rybakina in a lot of areas. Maybe not as many winners, but the unforced error was so much lower. She was still, you know, plus, you know, 6 on this. Plus, wait, my count. Plus 14. That is huge.
Yeah,
total
it's a 2-to-1
winners.
ratio. 29
to 15. That's an amazing night. So, yeah, it's going to be interested to see what she does against Sabalenka. I'm trying to look at the head-to-head right now. I don't know if you have that, but it seems like they have played, it's 4-5. So she has had definitely some wins against Sabalenka. The last time she played her was in the semifinal in Berlin, where she just won that title, and she beat Sabalenka. But then Sabalenka beat her in Cincinnati the week before here. So, yeah, in all, be an interesting challenge.
She does so many different things, right? And gives you such a different style to deal with. It is not just, you know, just straight on power tennis. There's a lot of diversity to it, so that makes things very complex when you put together a game plan.
I agree. The forehand with the top spin and rolling that ball, being able to find some cross-court angle, going down the line with that forehand on the run. The backhand down line, we saw it quite a bit. And if she serves, you know, well enough, it's kind of a similar match when you think of it, because Sabalenka is a big hitter as well. Yeah, very interesting.
It's going to be a fun one tomorrow. We will restart on U.S. Open Radio 10:30 before our first singles match at 11 over on Armstrong, Reedy, and de Minaur. It is a packed day, as Sophie mentioned, on Ash tomorrow. Auger-Aliassime and Rublev at 11:30, followed by Osaka and Goff. The night session tomorrow night, Jannik, Sinner, Alexander Sasha Bublik, followed by Amanda Anisimova, Beatrice Haddad Maya. Sophie will be on that call. I'll be on Sinner Bublik. Set your clocks accordingly. Sophie, as always, it is a pleasure to be anywhere in your presence.
Pleasure is always mine, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you. For Claude, James, Pat in the back, Mike Cation signing off. You've been listening to U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Serve, Vondrousova, T, Rybakina, short replies into the net. Marketa Vondrousova into the quarterfinals of the 2025 U.S. Open in 3 over Elena Rybakina, 6-4, 5-7, 6-2 on a very impressive night for Marketa Vondrousova. She's moving on her second quarterfinal here in New York.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular.